Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's stream. It is Monday, the 10th of November, where I am. And I hope you had a fantastic weekend. Cheese Swiss in the house. Yo. Nazis, I believe that is. That's pretty creative. Well, actually, how the hell do you write all of that sort of stuff in there? Fuck yo, Nazis. That's where it's at. And it's a actually pretty good segue into where we're going with this one. And today we're going to be having a look at, you know, a controversial topic. I guess some will say a very controversial, depending on where you sit on this stuff. And then we're going to be having a look at another controversial topic, but something a little bit more historical as opposed to very, very contemporary. So if you haven't heard, over the weekend in Sydney, so there's some local kind of stuff going on here today in the stream. But yeah, in Sydney, there was a rally, supposedly an official rally, but there was a rally over the weekend in Sydney City at New South Wales Parliament House, I believe, or very close to it, that was organised by the NSN. Now, if you were with us last week for Far Right Fridays, you would be kind of keenly acquainted, I guess you would say, with the NSN and their operations kind of across Australia, primarily in Melbourne and Sydney. However, the Sydney chapter, it would seem, was quite active over the weekend and were rallying down on Phillip Street, I believe it is, in front of Parliament House. And they marched. They said their piece with their megaphone, their unique megaphone that is full of runes and Nazi symbology. And yeah, they demonstrated. They exercised their political expression over the weekend, and it caught people, I think, by surprise. It seems to have caught the New South Wales authorities by surprise a little bit, even though they did sanction the political, I guess, expression. I guess you would say this rally, this demonstration. They did actually sanction this. It went through official channels apparently. But yeah, they've said some controversial things, as neo-Nazis do, it would seem. And they marched into the streets of Sydney and looked like had a good kind of photo content session, it would seem. I think that's really what it was about, was, showing off to the media and getting attention, which they have done. So they can tick that box. They've achieved that objective there because we're talking about it now, as well as other media figures. And yeah, they've probably just gotten some photo ops for themselves. Now they can start talking about how impactful they are on society and how they're changing the world one rally at a time. Just here to watch trash fires in the house. Yeah, I saw them talking about it on Telegram. I need to watch that stream. Sydney is where they are trying to rally their troops the most. There you go. I don't know how people are surprised they aren't hiding their motives. Yes, yes. That is very much the play now. These are overt neo-Nazis. This isn't some other type of hidden agenda kind of thing that's going on that is infiltrated by neo-Nazis. This is their form of activism, and they want it to be as public as possible because it does not only flare up the debate about political freedoms, so the idea of freedom of speech, I guess you would call it typically, but it also allows them to get some airtime and people talking about it, and like draws people to their movement, I guess you could say. Sydney, Sydney. I know what you did. I see what you did there. Jags in the house. How you going? Dilemma's in the house too. Hello, dial-up warriors. How are you? I prefer the term internet friends. Just saying. If the online left isn't watching them, and they are stupid too, lol. Yeah, interesting. You saw them talking about it on Telegram. Can I just clarify that interesting comment there? Just here to watch a trash fire. When you say you saw them talking about it on Telegram, as in you're in the group, you're in a group of some sort. If you could divulge for me, I would like to know more, because I wouldn't actually mind getting some intel on their operations, because it'll be interesting to catch them in the act and even try to, confront them if possible. Let's say, if nothing else. I'm still in the groups. Interesting. Well, I might talk to you on the side about this separately. But yes, I wouldn't mind some intel if you are willing. Because I've only come to this after the fact. It's not hard to get in. Oh, okay, fair enough. All right, fair enough then. I'll take you on your word for that one. But yeah, I've come to this one after the fact, as I'm assuming most of you would have, unless you were in their groups on Telegram. You probably wouldn't have realized that they were organizing, and you probably would have missed this. But like I said, they seem to be getting active at the moment, like more and more active. We watched the stuff that happened last week. The conversation was very much about this idea of organizing. They want to see people organizing. They don't want to see people rock up to things like this March for Australia rallies that were, centered around the NSN and neo-Nazi groups, or agitators, let's call them. They don't want people just rocking up randomly as individuals. They want organization, and they want people to network. So there does seem to be, get Telegram, bro. Watch these guys with me. Okay, I think I'll have a look into it. You got it. We'll have a watch party, shall we? But yes, they seem to be very organized, or they seem to be organizing, and that seems to be a big part of their ethos at the moment. And we're seeing this in the fact that they are platforming themselves in very public places and doing, public stunts, let's call them, if nothing else. I'll get on the Discord after I walk the dog. I'll be working for now. Lurking. Got it. All right. But yes, on Discord, if that's okay. I'd like to see that. Bold cunt showing their faces so publicly, but it's all about making people afraid. Two can play at that game, says Indoctrinathan, and you've put something in there that I will have a look at. I wonder if it's the same thing that I've got here that we're going to have a look at today. Let's see if it is. Let's see if we have the same thing. Actually, where is the link that I had? Oh, man. Yeah, I wonder if it's the same link. Yeah, I think this is the one. No, it's different, actually. No, it's not Tom Tanuki. No, it's something else that I've got where they have actually started. Yeah, also, it's the Snarky Gherkin one. That's the one that I've was going to bring up later. But let's get some context behind it. Let's get some context, shall we? And see what all the rage was over the weekend. We're going to go to, mainstream. We're going to go 10 News and have a look at that. Yeah, he's a funny cuz. Let's call him, yeah. We're going to have a look now at some mainstream media interpretation on this one. Let's have a look.
Well, it was an event that shocked many of us this weekend. Not so much that there was a Nazi protest in Sydney, but that it occurred in front of Sydney's Parliament House and that police allowed it to happen.
10 News Plus has been through all the video we can find from the rally, and what we saw highlights the problem.
Isn't that funny? It's not that there were neo-Nazis on the street. It was that they were allowed to do it. It's like, well, both of them are pretty shocking. Come on.
Faced by the Premier and police. The message may have been divisive, but did they break any laws?
Let's get to the bottom of it.
A sunny Saturday morning in Sydney's CBD. The location is Parliament House. It's a protest, but this is not the usual weekend gathering.
We are here today because the Jewish lobby is destroying our nation.
The group is called White Australia, but you might remember this guy from a protest a few months ago, speaking with 10 News Plus reporter Claudia Radolja.
Are you racist?
Yes.
And you're proud to be racist?
Many of this protest group
That was all they got from the March for Australia was this guy. And a real gotcha moment. He's like, yes, I am racist. And they're like, oh my God, we've got him saying it on camera. He's a fucking neo-Nazi. Seriously.
if not all of them, are members of the National Socialist Network, better known as neo-Nazis, at the centre of scenes like this in Melbourne.
Multiculturalism is a big table, and every ethnic group gets a seat, except the white man who built this country, and the Jews sit at the head of that table.
Perhaps with some irony, they are also rallying against the new protest laws in New South Wales, which we'll come to in a moment.
Why is that ironic? Why is that ironic at all? That they are upset about the new protest laws. They're outside and they're demonstrating. Why? I don't see the irony there.
The New South Wales government has passed laws restricting political speech and protest under the direction and the pressure of the Jewish lobby.
So how was this allowed to happen?
The Premier, the Police Minister and the Police Commissioner have to explain how this could possibly have happened on their watch.
Turns out police didn't even try to stop it.
The protest was taken to be authorised.
Dun,
It was assessed by
dun,
the
dun.
police area command at the time. Based
Man, the sound design and stuff is crazy, isn't it? They're going to give us the analysis of why this was acceptable. Okay, fair enough. All right, let's keep watching.
on the information that was present.
Not only did they allow it to happen, the police commissioner was not informed. Neither was the premier. No advance warning, no heads up.
I take it very personally. There was a communication error within the police force for which I did not personally know that today's protest was taking place. Accordingly, I had not briefed the Minister of Police or government.
So it was a red-faced commissioner and premier who fronted the media.
No one who lives in Sydney should have to put up with that kind of hate speech on the steps of the People's House.
We have an audio recording of today's protest. We will review that protest to determine whether any offences are available under 93Z.
But so far, no arrests have been made. On what's been broadcast and posted online, and 10 News Plus has gone through every word. It might be divisive and certainly upsetting, but it doesn't appear any laws were broken.
So join us and let's take Australia back, blood and honour!
This is
What is that chant they're doing? Blah, 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 blah. What was that? Does anyone actually know the context behind that? Or is it just the shitty microphone thing that he's got? And he's just like, blah, 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 blah. I don't understand if that's like a call or a catch cry or a phrase or something like that.
Join us and let's take Australia back, blood and honour!
This is the law in New South Wales. As of 2 months ago, it's illegal to publicly incite hatred towards another person or group on the grounds of race, if it reasonably causes them fear of violence or intimidation. It adds to a law already in place, which makes it illegal to display a Nazi swastika.
It was hate speech and it should not be tolerated. Do not underestimate.
Is that what it says though? It says Nazi symbols. A person who consciously displays by public act without reasonable excuse a Nazi symbol on or near a synagogue, a Jewish school, or a Sydney Jewish museum. Oh, this is a very interesting piece of legislation. On or near a synagogue, a Jewish school, or a Sydney Jewish museum. Wow. So it's not just like you can have Nazi symbology, but you can't do it near a synagogue, a Jewish school, or wow, is that what it is? Because those guys would definitely have symbology on their shirts and stuff like that, like the symbols we checked out in previous streams that have little like badges that they put on their jackets and stuff. That's very interesting. It's like rabble from South Park. Oh no, joke. He said blood and honor. which is usually Nazi white sub shit. Right, right. Is that what he said? That didn't sound like that at all, did it? The audio in your video is a bit low. Okay, let me turn it up for you. Sorry.
It adds
That should be a bit better. Apologies. I should have checked that before.
to a law already in place.
Well, it is actually quite low, isn't it? This video. I wonder why. No, that's turned up too. Interesting. I want to check this. What rule is this? What legislation are they citing here? Amendment of the Crimes Act 1900, number 40, Schedule 1. Oh my God. All right, let's have a look at this New South Wales legislation website. I haven't been here in a long time. Whoops. New South Wales legislation. What is a bill? It's an amendment to what? An act. It's an act. Okay, enforce acts. Amendment of Crimes Act. So the Crimes Act 1900. Crimes Act. Let's say. Crimes Act. Oh, man. Crimes Act there. That's and it was Schedule 1, I think it was. Schedule 1. I wonder if that's legitimate. Status information 3A appealed. Can you guys see this? Yeah, you can. Damn, look at all these crimes. Repealed. Self-defense. Huh. We should get into that. When available. Onus of proof. Schedule. First schedule. 3A, was it? Wow. Amendment of the Crimes Act. Oh, it's not going to be here. Damn. I have to look for amendments. Restraint. Damn. Maybe I'll just type the whole thing in. Amendment of Crimes Act number 40. We'll keep that there. Crimes Amendment. I bet you that's not it. How do you find amendments, though? How's it going today? Yo, what's up? Well, we are now living in a civilized Nazi world. Well, I guess you could say it like that. We potentially are. I'm trying to find out where the amendment is. That's this Schedule 3A Crimes Amendment that they've got showing here. Crimes Amendment Inciting Racial Hatred Bill 2025. Crimes Amendment Inciting Racial Hatred. I'll have to type in the whole thing then. Crimes Amendment. Crimes Amendment Inciting Racial Hatred Bill. There it is. I said, come on. Do your thing. Let's have a look. Passed by both houses. Of course. I guess that's the full thing, right? No, it's not. Why don't they make it easy to find legislation? Seriously. Amendments considered. Passed by both houses. Is this the full thing? Yeah. Schedule 1. Part 3A, Division 8. Part 3 of Division 8. Insert after section 93Z. Insert after section. If person commits. Interesting. That's it? That's it? Where's the Nazi thing? It doesn't have it in here. Why would they say that then? A person by public act intentionally incites hatred towards other persons or a group.
Hatred towards another person or group on the grounds of race, if it reasonably causes them fear of violence or intimidation. It adds to a law or...
Okay, so this Division 93ZA, Division 9, display of Nazi symbols. That's really a thing. Isn't that crazy that they have to go to that length? That's fucking mental. There must be a way to find this easier. Search act. Let's look for the word Nazi. Can't believe they got it in here. Display of Nazi symbols, Division 9. Oh my god. This is crazy. I like how the reporters also slowed down so they really emphasize pronouncing neo-Nazi. The chant is blood and honor. But like, could you hear that guy? You could actually hear him saying blood and honor before? Seriously. That was crazy. Razor 511. How are we going? By the way, I didn't say hi before. Dilemmas. 4AS in the house. Yo, 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 yo. Did you see the video of the journalist who angered Trump at the White House? Like, which video? It's been happening for years. No, I haven't. Are you on Discord? Drop me a link if you're interested. What's up? What's up? Give up your copy of Mein Kampf. Yeah, I know, right? You know these guys wouldn't be welcome in Mandami's new woke city. Is that what people are calling New York now? That's so good. I wish I'd thought of that. Hey, welcome to New Woke City, NWC. I wonder how Jag feels about that. That's what you get, Jag. A person who knowingly displays a by public act. Can you read that? No, you can't. Let me pull this out for you so you can see the insanity of our legislation at the moment. Like, you gotta really question this style of legislation, right? Like, why wouldn't you just leave it there? A person who knowingly displays by public act or reasonable excuse a Nazi symbol or near a Nazi symbol on, like, hello, on or near a synagogue, a Jewish school. Like, why would you start delineating against different types of people? Isn't it bad enough? The first part, I didn't believe it. A person who knowingly displays by public act without reasonable excuse a Nazi symbol other than on or near a synagogue or Jewish school commits an offense. For subsection 1AA, the display of a swastika in connection with Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism does not constitute the symbol of the display of Nazi symbols. Yeah, right. It means a Jewish school means a Hebrew school. At least they've delineated what that means. Fuck me dead. I don't know about this stuff, man. Like, it shouldn't. If you're gonna go to the length of telling people that certain symbols are not acceptable, like, why we've got terms in New South Wales law for schools already, and for places of public worship. That's what you would refer to a synagogue as, a place of public worship. It's a neutral term, and so it encompasses all levels of religious practice. So, like, it's funny that they are delineating here a particularly Jewish place of public worship. It's very, very interesting. LARP Jeff is in the house. Brothers, how we going? Same shit, different day. Excuse me. Same shit, different day. It's woke now, though. This shit is woke. Somebody in the clip, the reporter asked Trump a question saying that he's just president and not a king, which made him angry. Isn't that funny? Like, Trump reacts poorly when someone says, hey, you're not actually a king. And he's just like, how dare you? How dare you? It's because Buddhists use it. It's common. Look, it's very common. Like, I get why they're delineating that, like, Buddhists, Hindus, and all that sort of stuff can use their symbols because it actually was around before the Nazis appropriated it. But what I don't understand is why they're going to the extent of protecting particular religions from said banned symbology. You should protect all religions from symbology, especially, like I said, we got objective legal terms in New South Wales for this type of stuff already. It's very interesting. So legally they have to differentiate everything to be specific for legal interpretation. Yeah, it's a fucking minefield. That's what I'm saying. Like, they shouldn't really delineate like this. And so, like, and now you have, because you have stuff like this where they particularly call out and protect particular subsets, religious subsets, then you have these dickheads, you know, platforming and saying that the government is controlled by a Jewish lobby. My God. All right, let's continue. I hope the sound's better. Well, the reporter knew the law better than Trump. That's pretty funny. Well, actually, the reporter should get kudos for knowing, actually, that Trump would react in that way. Like, if that was baiting, that's fucking hilarious. Don't you reckon? Like, him as a reporter, or she as a reporter, like, being like, hey, watch this. Hey, why do you call yourself a king when you know that, like, you're just a president? It's just like, how dare you call me out, you bastard. All right, back to this. Sorry.
Already in place, which makes it illegal to display a Nazi swastika.
It was hate speech and it should not be tolerated. Do not underestimate the resolve in terms of the government about how unacceptable what happened yesterday was and how we can make sure that it doesn't happen again.
It's likely the case that we need to give the police more legislative powers to stop this kind of naked hatred and racism on Sydney streets. That is the truth of the matter.
The Premier wants to look at strengthening the current protest laws.
I agree, we need better lawyers and lawmakers. LOL. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say we need... you know what? I'm a bit tentative about saying that we need better lawyers and lawmakers. I don't trust lawyers as far as you can throw them. I know there's some good ones out there, don't get me wrong. But, like, this is their beast. This is bourgeois society. And they make bank off interpreting crap that the lawmakers spit out, right? Or at least people who draft the bills. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah. What in Minion Tarnation was that lady? Actually, I don't know. The thing that had her up there, it just said New South Wales government, Penny Sharp. Let's have a look at this one. We're doing the research today. Penny Sharp, Minister for Energy, New South Wales. There she is. Jag, that one's for you. Why is she being interviewed about neo-Nazis? She's the Minister for Climate Change, Energy, Heritage, and the Environment. Is that all she has on her resume? Let's have a look. Let's see what else she's got on there. Yep, she's the current Minister for Climate Change, Minister for Energy, Minister for the Environment, Minister for Heritage. So no, can't answer your question. It's all connected. We can clearly see that the Jewish lobby consists of groups that call themselves terrorist groups and then distance themselves from that image. Ah, I see what you did there. We're talking about the state of Israel and how it terrorizes people across the region, right? She looks a bit more put together than her professional photos. In her professional photos, right? Yeah. Yeah, I knew you would have a problem with lawyers. I'm sorry. They're just they're the people that constructed a bourgeois society, and they love bourgeois society because they can. In eras gone past, the upper classes had like retainers, armies, or personal bodyguards that would look after them. And they have security details these days. Don't get me wrong, but they have the people that protect them are armies of lawyers. And so the whole bourgeois system is a setup so people can fight things out in the court and do deals, which helps, you know, reproduce bourgeois society, which is reproducing capitalism. And so lawyers are, and lawmakers, as you've noted, they're a big part of the problem, in my opinion. Massive part of the problem. Energy, climate change, heritage. So basically the Ministry of Wokery. That's fucking hilarious. Bro, heritage, come on. Come on, man. I thought heritage would be right up your alley. Heritage is all the stuff that protects. There's two forms of heritage, obviously, in Australia. There is Indigenous and European heritage. And so, like, I thought, you know, you'd be right up the alley of heritage. That's not woke. That's protecting the past, so people in future generations will be able to appreciate it. But, like, yeah, energy and climate, the Ministry of Wokery. That's so good. We've got two of the best calls so far. New Woke City and the Ministry of Wokery. So good. Well, how can they all adopt almost the same approach and be Jewish? Well, I am not hostile to peaceful Jews, but these are criminals. I think the lawmakers and the lawyers are the criminals. Yes, I agree. Heritage for who? Well, yeah, fair enough. But you know what I'm saying. I thought you would be all about heritage. You know what I am saying. I know what you were saying. All right, back to this hit piece from Channel 10.
Tolerated. Do not underestimate the resolve in terms of the government about how unacceptable what happened yesterday was and how we can make sure that it doesn't happen again.
It's likely the case that we need to give the police more legislative powers to stop this kind of naked hatred and racism on Sydney streets. That is the truth of the matter.
The Premier wants to look at strengthening the current protest laws and adding new ones. Doing that while upholding the democratic right to protest will be a legal minefield.
If a protest took place like that with virtual impunity, it would be an invitation for even more. And does anyone truly believe this is the last neo-Nazi protest that they would have in Australia's largest city?
Joining us now is Alex Rifchin from the Executive Council of Australian Jewry. Alex, thank you for joining us tonight. The rally was against protest laws and to, quote, abolish the Jewish lobby. That's you. So how do you take that and what's your reaction to this protest?
I wonder if we could find the footage of it. Has anyone actually seen footage of them speaking? Anyone? Anyone? I would like to know. I guess we could search it now. I don't want to listen to this guy whinge about why he feels persecuted.
What they actually believe.
Give the police more power. I know. That's basically what they're talking about right now. They're just like, we shouldn't let this stuff happen, so let's give the police more power to stop people from being able to politically express themselves because of these douchebags. Like, that's just the wedge. They're just like, look at these guys. You don't want them to do stuff like this, do you? No? Well, give us more police power. I swear we will use it honestly and fairly. We won't do anything suspicious without extended powers.
They believe.
Yeah, I want to hear what they actually said. No comments on that. All right, interesting enough. Wonder if we can find it. I will have to look at. This is Joel Davies. This is the guy, isn't it? Because you had over here, next to Captain Fuckface over here, we had. I thought his name was Adam Eltis. Fucking hell. Where is he?
And posted online.
This guy. Boom. There's your man. Someone called him Jack Eltis, I believe. So Mr. Eltis, we'll call him from now on. He was the guy at the Sydney March for Australia rally, the first one round. And he had got up and spoke. And it was pretty shit, actually, if I remember correctly. He's not much of the orator. Either is Joel Davies over here. This is the guy. This is the one we just watched the other day, right? The shades just don't suit him. Isn't that the incel Nazi guy from Friday with no Riz? Yes. This is like Captain Anti-Riz over here. Some of those that walk forces are the same that burn crosses. Yes. It's such a good line as well, isn't it? The ring's true. So yeah, why would you want to give the coppers more power just to stop anyone from being able to go into the streets just because of these goons. Yeah, it's a very interesting wedge into it, isn't it? Yeah, him. Mr. I'll hold the megaphone for you, brother. You do all this. See, this stuff that they've got on their jacket, that's Nazi symbology. That stuff there, when you can see it closer. We got a third contender. New Woke City, the Ministry of Wokery, and now Captain Fuckface. Yeah, but it doesn't... I'll have to find a wokey to apply that one to as well. This guy is anti-woke, I would say. Nazi rallies these days are just not hitting the same as before. No, right? It's just not the same shit, is it? Like, looking at like stuff from the 1930s, it's just, if that's what you mean, it's just not the same. But it's still being talked about, and it's still being used and explored to, you know, potentially give police more powers, you know, under the criminal acts, under the Crimes Amendment Bill. It's very interesting, isn't it? And like, this just strengthens the resolve of these douchebags as well. Oh my god. No, I wonder if we can find it. I'm going to do a quick check. NSN Sydney, I guess. What do you reckon? Sydney rally? But just all just media stuff. No one would have uploaded this, would they? Nah. Probably not. Upload date. No. No results found. Today. Maybe. Let's go with that. Yeah. No. We're not going to find anything, I don't think. They need to reject, modernize, and embrace tradition. More white hoods and horses are really needed to hit the mark. Oh my god. Seriously. Well, there really should be a law to prevent this nonsense. Okay, let's you know, it's time for the active debate session of the stream. Should they be stopped from marching, rallying, all that sort of stuff? That is the question. Now, I would argue that it's probably not a good idea, because what happens is you have the police standing there, the police commissioner, and wokery in the government from the climate minister, this is strange, who are just like, yeah, let's just basically bring in legislation that destroys everybody's right to protest, because you don't want these guys up there, do you? I do have a problem with that, because the state reaction, remember, we do live in a capitalist form of society. There's many variations of how to do that, but in this one, the state apparatus is the way that they control the broad mass of all of us. And so, like, if you give them extensive powers to do this, then they're going to, you know, apply it to everyone. Now, what I think should go hand in hand with that is that you should support anti-fascists, and you should allow anti-fascists to exist, because they're the type of people that find out about these things before they happen, and they go and they resist, or they counter-protest, and like all of that sort of stuff. So you have both existing in the same space, and you allow them to counterbalance one another. But like, I don't think the solution is to just crack down on protests or demonstration or political expression altogether. I think that is potentially it's worse for broader society, I would say. Like, they seem to already have laws in to protect Jewish people specifically, as opposed to protecting everyone, which is, again, a very strange way of doing legislation. I'd agree if police turned a blind eye to public justice here, such as Antifa. I'd agree if the police turned a blind eye to public justice here, such as Antifa. Yeah, and that's the thing. So, like, they'd have to let it all go. And, like, we can see what's happening in America at the moment. They've listed specifically, not, you know, neo-Nazis and stuff like that, I guess. Maybe they have in various states and stuff like that. But like overall, they've listed Antifa as a terrorist organization, which is crazy. And so like if they're going to allow these people to rally, they should be allowing everyone to rally and in opposition to it, to be honest. Okay, I don't care if you belong to any group, but don't promote terrorism or make the place unsafe. Yeah, 100%. And I think that's like the main part. Like that's what they, Channel 10 News just then was doing the critical analysis. And we've looked through the whole speech and we've determined that there was no hate speech in there, or there was no calls to violence or some bullshit like that. So like there are rules already to stop people like calling to violence. But like, if somebody says the Jewish lobby or something like that, like in the US, for example, like that is a real thing. Like that is just plain and simple. APAC, for instance, that is a real thing. And they even had on 10 News just then, she was like, oh, that means you. And there's a guy from the Council of Jury. So like, are they specifically talking about some type of think tank or organization that has the ear of government? And like, is it hate speech to call out certain groups, certain influential groups like think tanks or organizations that do influence government decisions? Is that hate speech calling them out and saying that they control the government, or is that some form of political expression? It's an interesting point. It's an interesting point. It's a real thing here too. Well, see, there you go. Have you heard about AJAC? I think someone brought this up for like last week or the week before. But like, and he's from that Council of Jewry. So there's many organization. So like, is it hate speech to say that this group like, or like AJAC or something like that controls government decisions? I don't know if that's hate speech, to be honest. But like, that's why I wanted to see the actual rally, because it's important to know what these people are saying as opposed to just getting the media cut about that. Have you heard about the forest in Israel named after Bob Hawke? No, I have not. No, I have not. I've heard of the beer, but not the forest. So yeah. It's hard, this stuff, in a free society, and that's why it's better to, at all costs, leave it alone. Leave it alone, because then it gets riddled with state intervention, and they're allowed to use their monopoly over the use of violence to stop people from doing anything, really. And like, you have very strange amendments that do stuff like this, where they're constantly talking about being inclusive, and using inclusive language, and celebrating diversity, all that sort of stuff, but then singling certain people out and giving them privileges above others. It's this type of stuff is just full of so many contradictions that it's very hard to get a right answer that fits all things and all contexts. That's not hate speech. Well, I hated it. So good. Yeah. Doesn't my opinion count? You want people to be able to say their terrible opinions, so it's easy to tell who's dumb. That's a good point. And that is supposedly one of the points of the idea of political expression and freedom of speech, is so people can be openly criticized. And like, framing it like this, like the media have done their usual hit piece here, but like for the average person watching that, they're probably like, yeah, look at these idiots. Like, what the fuck are they doing? So this type of stuff does make a difference in that regard. Now, this is, I can't believe Sky News is doing this. I don't know what Sky News's agenda is here. But Sky News have just literally just played out what the police commissioner said. So before we speculate on this any further, let's actually hear what the police are planning for this as a result of this. And this is Chris Minns, our faithful leader in New South Wales. Never done anything wrong, this guy. You trust him as far as you could throw him. But, well, you have freedom of speech, but that doesn't mean you can encourage terrorism. That's a crime. That's not freedom. Yeah, 100%. You shouldn't be promoting violence. Got it. I agree.
Commissioner, given the Hall 1 was received on the 28th of October, does that mean this protest was taken to be authorised?
The protest was taken to be authorised. It was assessed by the Police Area Command at the time based on the information that was present.
Do you think that it was known that they were protesting to restrict figures? Do you think it ever should have
I think the police need to make a consideration based on the Summary Offences Act and the law that's appropriate. The Premier has been very clear today that he and the government find what took place today offensive. We will work very closely with the government to determine whether the current laws are appropriate to prohibit the types of protesting that we've seen today.
What was the basis for this protest being granted?
The Form 1 process under the Summary Offences Act obviously provides a wide range of freedoms for people to protest and free speech. As an organisation, the police force protects those rights. We actually respect those rights as long as they are peaceful and not driving division. Obviously, the Police Area Command needs to make an assessment based on what was on the Form 1. They were comfortable based on there that it was not one that they needed to actually take objection to.
If you had known when it was going ahead, would you have stepped in to stop it, and what powers are available to you to stop it happening?
So that's the purpose of why I'm going to review all the actions today. I think it's essential to understand what took place, what was considered, how that was overlaid against the appropriate legislation that exists at the moment. It may well be that under the current legislation, I'll be supporting what Sydney City Pack did, and as I said, they have to make a decision. One of the things that I think is really important to know is that the Police Area Command and Sydney City itself deals with over 2,000 protests each year, so they are very experienced.
Can I add to that too? Sorry. Now, I mean, I just want to make the point that it's likely the case that we need to give the police more legislative powers to stop this kind of naked hatred and racism on Sydney streets. That is the truth of the matter.
Our
And we're looking at
saviour.
that very closely. We don't want to tolerate, and we don't believe we should tolerate, a kind of city where that white power hatred, naked anti-Semitism and racism is on Sydney streets, and that's what we're looking at very closely. We would have had an opportunity to do that earlier if we'd known about it, obviously, and but the Commission has addressed that.
Is it concerning to you that a group of neo-Nazis in that size can gather up in front of State Parliament and that's legal, not breaking any rules?
Well, look, it is concerning to me, of course. That's the reason we're holding this media conference. I mean, part of me wrestling with those distressing images this morning is that you don't want to give these piss ants more oxygen. And I know that holding this media conference does exactly that, but the truth of the matter is I've decided that if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And does anyone believe this is their last rally? Does anyone think after dipping their toe into racism in Sydney, they're going to stop here? And I want them to be met with the clear and unambiguous message from the government, from...
I could see Mins reaching for the belt when his kids go over the line. Wow. Interesting. Are you going somewhere with that? Or is it just a off-the-cuff comment there? Some dumb think that as long as they have freedom of speech, that means they can talk about anything. Yes. And, like, a lot of people don't understand that freedom of speech is not actually a thing either. Like, it is in the US, but it's not really outside of that. We have freedom of expression, and we only really have that because we've signed up to a little thing called the UN and the Human Rights Charter. And so, like, we are able to express ourselves, but there's a big caveat on that. And the caveat is, as long as the state deems that it's not a security threat, is naked hatred better than clothed? That's a good question as well. That's a good question. Yeah, if they do it for some other means, they do it covertly, they infiltrate. That's what I was saying before. If they infiltrate some other movement, and then, like, express themselves there and get up on a podium, they don't say anything directly, they say it indirectly. Is that any better? Is that any better? It's a good question. That's a really good question. And how do you even start to filter that stuff out? How do you go after it? I know, says Mr. Mins, I'll give the police more powers. Is that really the solution here? Wouldn't be surprised if they knew about it and are using this as an opportunity to extend the state power. Like, you have to, you feel conspiratorial thinking like that. But, you know, what have we seen? We have just seen kind of abuse after abuse of general political freedom in the state of New South Wales with legislation like this, where they pull away people's right to protest again and again, and make it an absolute bureaucratic nightmare. And so, you know, you could argue that like events like this let them slip a little, so then they can justify cracking down 100%, 100%. The issue is not the power. The problem is that you are giving these groups a platform from which to speak. They can be prevented if they encourage. They can be prevented if they encourage terrorism. Yes, again, I think they can. Anyone who spouts any type of violence, it doesn't even have to be terror related, shouldn't be platformed. But like a platform, giving these groups a platform, like, you know, unless you're putting up a stage and allowing them to have a PA system, you can be on the street. Anyone can be in a public place. That's important. If you ban them completely, you end up becoming a terrorist, just like America with ICE. Very interesting. All right.
Political leaders, from civic life, from average New South Wales residents, that we've got no interest in neo-Nazis in Sydney and in Australia. And one of the disgusting things, as it was reported to me from one of the speeches, was that the Anzacs were invoked by one of the speakers at a neo-Nazi rally. I mean, the complete whitewashing of history. New South Wales and Australian soldiers fought the Nazis. They stood up to fascism. And to try and rewrite history to justify these deploring, disgusting behaviour on Sydney streets, it's shameful. It's absolutely shameful.
Just on the question of legislation, your government has introduced, made it a crime to incite hatred publicly against a group they come in from all this discrimination. So is this not a test for that legislation? How is this not enough to stop something like this?
That's a fair point. I mean, we have been locked in discussions most of the day with the senior lawyers inside the government, and they believe that there is room to move in relation to protecting public harmony further than what we've currently constituted. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't mind saying that a legislative response is likely necessary to confront this kind of Nazi behaviour on Sydney streets.
What do you mean by
Did we directly fight them? I thought there were Australians that went into the European theatre, went into like North Africa and all that sort of stuff. Not just isolated in the Pacific. If you suppress them, it just validates their views. Look at Fuentes. They completely blacklisted, debunked, and no-fly listed him. Now he's bigger than he's ever been. And like, isn't it interesting that he has filled the void left by the Kirkster, out of all people? Like, and what a void that was. Like, everyone rallied behind the Kirkster like there was no tomorrow. And now Fuentes seems to be filling that void. That's some scary shit. And like, he was the anti-Israel state voice that Kirk could never be, or Kirk would never be. So like, let's, you know, watch the space when it comes to Fuentes. Yeah, we fought in Africa against Rommel. Kicked his ass too. So good. Most people adopt terrorist ideas because of problems in society which calls for reforms, but they are exploited by terrorist groups. If they want a solution, the only option is reform or preventing terrorism. Yeah. All right.
room to move on the current?
Okay, you're watching live in Sydney there when you say.
Thank you, Sky News Australia. Who says that they don't do some objective reporting sometimes, right? And that was as objective as Sky News will be, right? And objective because there was no commentary. They were just showing the footage. Stop hiding behind your words like Nazi to push a globalist agenda. Oh, man. I love this globalist talk, I must admit. After years of allowing politicians, voting for politicians, supporting people that were all about globalism, now that's the enemy. So quickly people change. We live under woke authoritarian control. Add that one to the list, dilemmas. We had new woke city, the Ministry of Wokery and woke authoritarianism. Doesn't that sound contradictory to you? Woke authoritarianism. It's not though. The more laws we have, the more corrupted a society system is. I think maybe they mean a social system, maybe. Two-tier policing, just like the UK. Police do not need more powers. Never said a peep when it was the Islamofascists. Wonder what they mean by that. Maybe the pro-Palestinian protest, maybe. LOL, of course he has. What about the pro-Palestine? Pro-plasticine. Sorry, I should have read that probably. Pro-plasticine rallies. Were they far-right too? Yeah, got you there. Conservatives and right-wing young people are becoming more pro-Palestinian by the day. How about more power to prevent neo-communist violent protesters? Yeah, they're the worst. God, I hate those neo-communists. Has anyone actually... Sky News is actually woke. Woke, but the opposite type of woke that they complain about. Alright. Has anyone heard of neo-communists? I think we're going to get to that. I would like to meet said neo-communists. So if you know any neo-communists out there, I'm talking to you. I'm watching you. I would like an introduction. I would like to interview one of these neo-commies for our stream. What about more police powers to treat violent Antifa fascists appropriately? There it is. See, you bring it in, and it's where it's going. Antifa fascists? Do you actually read and comprehend what you write? That's hilarious. Savage. I didn't even read that. Oh man, they're throwing out every buzzword in the comment section here. Yeah, the comment sections are part of some of the best content that Sky News is actually able to make. If the solution is to give the police more power, could that make things more organized, such as preventing immunity from the law, regardless of who that person is? If someone does something illegal, they can be held accountable, and that is what our society lacks. Yes. The only thing is, and to go back to what we were talking about like ages ago, or just, like 20 minutes ago when we were analyzing the legislation, is the interpretation of that. And so as long as they are interpreting things fine, or in a balanced way, then fine. But as soon as there's an agenda behind the interpretation of law, you're screwed. So that's why, over complicating things with additional laws and legislation it's a fucking minefield. The woke are gay race communists, of course. I forgot the gay and the race part. It's neo-gay race communists. I put something in the stream chat, by the way. Yes, sorry, I saw that before. I know I covered this on my stream, but YouTube peeps and mystery probably need to know the history of Israel in Australia. It's long. It's a long one, so maybe let's plan it to go over. Plan a day to go over it. Oh, this is Mr. M history coming up again. Yeah. Australia and Israel is not rail, I should say. Yes, got that. And yes, something to think about. We all got our homework, something to look at for another stream. Oh my God, gay is race now. Cult-like adherence to woke orthodoxy. The neo-communists are all gone after McCarthyism took care of them. But how will they reproduce what the neo-gay race communists? Where is my trans tea for cis fascists at? That's right. I forgot about the second part of that one. All right. So this is the thing from what's the guy's name? Something Gherkin. Sneaky Gherkin. Let's have a look at this Sneaky Gherkin one, shall we? I wonder if I can put this up without a login. I'm going to say yes. No login required. Let's go for that. Yes. No login required. All right. All right. So, I'm not sure if this constitutes doxing or not, but we're about to find out. So the little lost boys of the NSN. So this is snarky, not sneaky, snarky Gherkin's post. Meet the National Socialist Network, a gaggle of grown men who think yelling white Australia in 2025 is a personality. That's hilarious. These are the little lost boys of fascism still playing pretend in their matching Heli Hassan jackets, convinced they are warriors when they are really just weekend Nazis looking for a dad who never turned up. Savage commentary. The photos come courtesy of the White Rose Society, a volunteer group of journalists, researchers, and ordinary Aussies who monitor exposed far-right extremists across the country. They've been archiving these clowns for years, tracking their rallies, Telegram groups, and attempts to blend back into normal jobs once the chants died down. Over the weekend, the NSN held another anti-Semitic rally outside New South Wales Parliament, and the White Rose Society is now seeking information on these individuals involved, especially if any of them are working in government, law, and infrastructure, or anything requiring a basic moral compass. I like how, government, law, infrastructure, like those are the things that are deemed necessary to have a moral compass. Anything else out in the market, hey, no morals required. It's all fair. It's all business, baby. You might recognize one, a cousin, a mate from TAFE, someone who trains at your gym or sits at the family table at Christmas. If that's the case, it's time to tell them to pull their head in, because silence is now is how the filth grows, and complicity is how it spreads. This isn't cancel culture. This isn't cancel culture. Okay, so it's not a doxing thing. This is just like, if you know these persons, tell them to pull their heads in. Very angry young men, can I just add? Very angry. Yeah, that guy's angry. Very angry. Oh, man. I knew that was going to come up eventually. Boo. All right, let me see if I can do this. Well, I particularly want to. Give me a second. There we go. So tell me if you recognize any of these people. I know one that I recognize already. It's not this guy. Angry Gentleman number 2. Angry Gentleman number 3. What's with the glasses? Is this ski glasses stuff, right? I'm not across ski culture. I'm sure that's their form of ski something. Oh, man. Done. All right. Back to it, shall we? We can't see his login because it's a mystery. Hey, interesting. I see what you did there for us. The stupidest thing is to build a social ladder where position protects a person from the law. That's how it was under Nazism and communism, where the leader had immunity from their criminal acts. Hey, bourgeois society is full of that. And that's what I'm saying. Like, they use lawyers for that. When they take each other, like, you can sort something out in the courts, right? And if you have an army of lawyers, you just do a deal. You cut a deal, and, like, people drop charges. And there's no criminal undertakings, nothing. Not really. Most skiers use full goggles. Ah, okay. They are pit vipers. It's an 80s ski aesthetic brand. Ah, okay. Look at this guy. That guy looks like Thomas Sewell without the. It just doesn't have the same vibe, I guess. He's like Timu Tom. Look at this dude. Hey. Bucket hat, so good. Oh, that reminds me of the of Jurassic Park. Actually, that dude hunting the velociraptors. We know how that ended, buddy. Watch out. And he's got a mo. He's doing well. He might be asleep under those glasses. Maybe he wasn't enjoying the speech that much. Whoa. There you go. That's hardcore. Big glasses. So what's the HH brand? They brought that up before, or somebody brought that up before. You could actually, you've got the link for it. That's hilarious. Is this the glasses that you can buy? Decline. Oh my god. You can't see it probably because of the way that I've got the black. So this is the neo-Nazi shopping list right here. The Playmate 2000. Hey. My god. Oh, hello. Glass is a bit too round. Hey. Another interesting broad hat there. This guy. That's sick. Look at the mullet. That's a good mullet. Interesting. They're rocking the mows, these guys. Love a good mow. They're all pretty fair, these guys. Don't you reckon? A little bit fair. I don't know what's going on there. Not a very diverse group. That's the guy. That's the one I recognize. Mr. Eltis. It's like a character mode in a video game that you deliberately fucked up for a laugh. Jack Eltis, I think. He's the one who said to a TV reporter, "We're proud to be racist. We're socialists." Real stand-up guy, I'm sure. This guy can smell 50 different colors. This one had the megaphone. He also, so he gets to rant. His mum and dad are very proud. Interesting. Yeah, that's the guy. This is him. This is Joel, isn't it? Joel Davies. This is the guy we were listening to just last week. Oh, he's not happy. He's a bit sour. Hey, nice mo. Bit light. I don't even know what to say about that one. Oh man. Yeah, HH. That's the clothing brand though. Apparently it's a real clothing brand and they've adopted it for meaning their HH stuff. Yeah, when the guy died in Jurassic Park, he said clever girl. Yeah. A Nazi's worst nightmare. Nightmare, a clever girl. The position means that you are responsible for reforms with greater dedication. It does not mean that you're immune from the law. As long as you are a criminal, you will be treated as such, nothing more. They seem angry that Nazism and its crimes have not been brought back. Well, this guy seems confused. This one here's like, ooh, what's going on here? Hey, missed the memo. This guy got the memo. He's got the right glasses on. Hey, I know about this guy. Ah, yes. Social media organizer. Hey, this is the management team right here. Hey. Yes. I don't know, man. I think this is actually better than the Ranger mullet we saw before. Crazy Mo too. And then his mate in the background there. They love the hats. I guess you never know if the sun's going to be out, right? Yeah, he seems surprised. He thinks it's a party while he's drunk. Well, let me know if you recognize anyone, please. Because you've got to go and confront them at the gym or at the Christmas dinner table, whatever it was that Snarky Gherkin was saying. And just say, hey, pull your head in. Look at this guy. Hey, fashionable. Those are sick glasses. He's been shopping in Bankstown, bro. All right, there's all named and shamed by the look of it. This guy looks serious. What happened to your neck, brother? Interesting. Eh? Interesting. Man, we're not even close. There's heaps of them. Far out. Oh, and we're back at the start. This young man is very angry by the look of it. Not having a good day. Got a feel for him. Not having a good day, hey? Poor bloke. My heart bleeds. All right. That's enough of that. So if you recognize anyone there, if you're watching this after the fact, you know, be friendly, reach out. These dudes, I was hoping someone else would say it so I don't get like clipped by Jerry Poppins or something. But yes, these dudes just need to get laid. A few of those faces definitely had that vibe to it. Like, you know, definite incel vibes going on there. Spreading Nazi ideology among children. Oh, and in 10 years, they'll be spreading it in the schools. Guess what will become compulsory? Communism. Yeah, well, like, which one? Are you going to have trans Tifa activists doing stuff and, like, indoctrinating our kids at school? Reading out, I don't know, stories with cross-dressers or something. Or you're going to have neo-Nazis getting people in schools. His head has already been pulled in. Yeah, that's right. They did actually ask, pull your head in kind of thing. That guy already had his head right pulled in. He did. He looked uncomfortable too. Pull your head in. All right. I'll try my best. No judgment here. I think that might be comment of the day. His head was already pulled in. All right. That's it. We're done. I don't want to give these guys any more airtime than we have to. But, like, let's be honest. They do probably need to get laid. They need something else to do that's a little bit more constructive. Especially if they're worried about being replaced. Hey, great replacement theory. They got to do something more constructive. If you know what I mean. The problem is the NSN have a hard time trying to furor their relationships. There, see what you did there. We spread Nazism and then communism and enslave anyone who does not belong to them. Wait a minute. I'm confused, Razor. Are we using those terms interchangeably, or are you saying, like, you know, you use Nazism on one end and communism on the other, and they both enslave people? Or are you using those words, yeah, like I said, interchangeably there? All right. That's it. Now, we are going to... It's actually somewhat related, I would say, this topic, to be honest. But we're going to take on a concept that has been mulling around for a long time. A long enough time, anyway. This idea that the death toll of communism kind of thing. So we're going to have a look at a piece of propaganda that's from a channel called A Day in History. And so this was uploaded recently, so it's potentially a more updated version of an old trope, which is this idea that communism has, you know, why would you ever want to try communism? Communism just leads to the deaths of hundreds of millions of people. And we're going to look at some of this type of propaganda. We're going to do that now. And we're going to try and get across that story and critically analyze it as best we can. Maybe we'll get our research assistant out. We'll have a look at that. Yes, it spreads Nazi ideology, turns the country communist, and brings back the glory of crimes. Right. So Nazism turns people towards communism. Okay. And so, yeah, we're going to have a look at this idea. So you might want to comment on this, actually, Razor, and then, you know, potentially other people might be interested in this one as well. But we're going to analyze this trope, this important style of propaganda that has been passed through social media, I think, for a while now, has been circulating for a long time, you know, for the last few decades now. And it's all thanks to, I think, a piece of research, a book that was written called the Black Book of Communism. So it's like accounting and attributing to the deaths under communism. And there have been various studies done and expositions into why this book kind of fails as a legitimate piece of research because of the way that it kind of it does falsify information, but it also kind of is misleading in the way that it presents stats and the way that it collects stats. And so there's been kind of this theme, I think, for a long time now, like I said, for a few decades now, that whenever people try to speak about communism or socialism or Marxism or any of those style of traditional left isms that are associated with the workers' movement and producing a society where workers take control in a direct collectivization style, as opposed to Nazi socialism, which is all about a particular race maintaining its dominance, and enjoying the collective fruits of that race and the supremacy of that race in their particular region of the world. This type of collectivism, let's call it, is just about workers' liberation and them instituting a society that is anti-capitalist. And so that style of leftism has been argued against for decades now on the basis that we saw what it did in the 20th century, and it was a shit show, and it was horrible. It was all of these things. So like, why would we ever want to do it again? And that has been built on this idea that it just indiscriminately kills people by the tens of millions, if not arguably the hundreds of millions. And so we'll look at a piece of propaganda and go through and try and critically analyze that. Like I said, it's from a group called A Day in History. So it's one of those history channels. So I don't know how well researched it is. A lot of these history channels these days are kind of, they're slop channels. They pick a very catchy idea and they throw together, half an hour's worth of facts, probably generated with AI, I'm assuming. And then like people get tidbits of knowledge, but it's like tidbits of knowledge that follow a general narrative. It might not even be developed by historians. It might just be something that's like that is common sense in the history sphere. So this is the channel here.
The Roman Empire.
The most gruesome Roman Empire deaths. Is this type of slop, you know what I mean? Like the most gruesome Roman Empire deaths. What Fidel Castro did to his people will haunt you. Like, it's all that type of stuff. Like, would you believe that this happened? This is so brutal. That is so brutal. Like, that type of AI, that type of history slop, let's call it. So this is then a good foundation for the type of information that working people, the working classes, I believe, get with regards to communism, socialism, and all that sort of stuff. Why those terms are so bastardized, because they watch stuff like this and they immediately are of the understanding that it's this murderous doctrine that seeks to actually wipe out its own people and all that sort of stuff. So let's have a look at how this propaganda is framed and why communism gets such a bad rap thanks to propaganda like this. Solar Bear in the house. How we all doing? How you going? Thanks for doing the roll call. We're doing well. We're just actually about to start some interesting propaganda, which really frames a conversation in the minds of working people around the world that communism is the piece is actually called The 5-Step Communist Genocide Playbook. So communism is actually a political ideology that is has genocidal tendencies, and it just seeks to kill as many people as possible. And so this helps, like I said, build up this narrative, this popular opinion, this common sense that anyone who supports this type of stuff is crazy. It's mental. Why would you ever care about communism for? It just kills tens of millions of people at a time, hundreds of millions of people, maybe all up. Why would anyone ever fall for that type of stuff? For yes, not only that, but researchers on the book even went to the guy who published it and said, dude, your recording here says you're fabricating this part. And he published it anyway. Yeah, no. To be honest, any good bad faith propaganda would mix half-truths with agenda talking points. We're about to see some interesting talking points. So I will stop talking now, just for now, and we'll look at this, and then we'll kind of, get our research assistant out and question the assumptions of this piece as we go. Let's have a look. I'm prepared to be entertained though, because this is all about dramatic framing, this type of stuff. So strap yourselves in.
Were among the deadliest entities. The communist regimes of the 20th century were among the deadliest entities in human history. Tens of millions of people lost their lives as a result of these regimes, who unleashed devastation in almost every corner of the globe. Many of these crimes meet the definition of genocide. Genocide is any attempt to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group in a variety of ways, including but not limited to the murder of the group's members, destroying its families, and creating conditions designed to bring about a group's destruction. Multiple communist regimes pursued genocidal policy against those who dared to oppose their revolution. In this video, we'll expose the 5-step playbook for how communists pursued these genocides. The first step in any genocide is to identify the victims. Communist regimes based their persecution mainly on ideology. Their enemies were defined chiefly as class enemies, marked out from the working class by their alleged wealth and power. Given that most communist nations were formed after revolution, the old pre-revolutionary elite was a natural target. Landowners, businessmen, former officials, military officers, and anyone else who wielded power under the old order was immediately suspect. Communists also considered organized religion to be a serious obstacle to the revolution, as it offered alternative ideas of morality and community to those the state wanted to create. Religious people, especially religious leaders, became a common target as a result. While communism viewed the world through the lens of class, it could not erase the ethnic and racial hatred ingrained in many societies. Communist genocides often carried a strain of racial and ethnic hatred anyway. Communist rhetoric would repackage these attitudes with an appropriate communist presentation. It wasn't that an ethnic group was being targeted for their race or culture, but because they were all actually capitalist traitors working against the revolution, the communists claimed. The long list of enemies of the people drawn up by the Bolsheviks upon seizing power in Russia demonstrates the many ways communists designated people for destruction. Within weeks of seizing power in October 1917, the Bolsheviks were drawing up lists of class enemies, who they accused of opposing the revolution. A public proclamation in late November highlighted, quote, high-ranking functionaries in state administration, banks, the treasury, the railways, and the post and telegraph offices.
All right, let's do our first research assistant task of the day, shall we? I would like to know more about this one, about how they've come to this list, and see what it is, what point they're making, to be honest. Could you please detail who the Bolsheviks listed as enemies of the revolution after gaining power in October 1917? The bourgeoisie, the land-owning aristocracy, political rivals, non-Bolsheviks, Tsarist bureaucracy and military officers, the church, primarily the Russian Orthodox Church, decree of separation of church and state. Like, this is pretty standard kind of stuff. You know, like any liberal society of the modern age has had some type of separation of church and state, confiscation of church lands and property. You know, that was exactly what went down in the French Revolution, persecution and execution of clergy during the Red Terror, the kulaks. This is one that people speak to often, was a group of land-owning peasants seen as rural capitalists exploiting poorer peasants and hoarding grain. Interesting. They were not immediately targeted. No, they weren't. Example, during the Civil War, grain requisition squads targeted kulaks as enemies of the people. Foreign powers and internal agents. Interesting. So like your general, when somebody has some type of, you know, revolutionary moment, insurgency, coup d'etat, whatever, there is certain people that are listed as counter-revolutionary or counter to the new power that kind of takes place. It's interesting. It's not how the guy frames it. Makes out that they were targeted straight away. Yeah, it is a bit like that, isn't it? Landowning aristocracy, political rivals. Again, like if you are actually overthrowing a government and taking in a new form of political power, like you do usually silence your political rivals. This happens, you know, a lot. Mensheviks, socialist revolutionaries taken out, the SRs, especially the right SRs, who supported bourgeois constituent assembly, of course, the cadets. Interesting. The Tsarist bureaucracy. Now, I'm not sure how much you know, I guess, about Lenin's plans for how to bring on the revolution, but a lot of kind of Marxist analysis of a revolution and how to take over, you know, a new society and all that sort of stuff did boil down to the fact that an existing bureaucracy is what reproduces an existing society. And so before the Bolsheviks took power in the October Revolution and, you know, brought on the Soviet Union, the Tsarist regime was pretty much still in power. There was like a transitional period throughout 1917 where, you know, there was an interim government and they were kind of handing over the reins. The Tsarist regime was kind of handing over the reins really to this new kind of bourgeois system that they were trying to develop. But the bourgeois, they were a bit weak in Russia and really didn't have the ability to take governance of the country. And so that's one of the reasons why the Bolsheviks were able to actually take power. Not the fact that they didn't organize and work very hard, but there was a weak bourgeois presence in Russia that was able to take power. And so the Tsars were on the way out, but like they still obviously had the state infrastructure there, the bureaucracy, people in the positions of powers, the officials, the police, the military, and the elites that were in positions. And so like one of the first things you do, you know, if you are wanting to be a successful revolutionary, of course, unless you just want to change governments, and like a change of governments isn't really much, it's just a change of people at the top. Like if you actually want to revolutionize society in any sense and bring in a new system of social organization, you usually do purge the bureaucracy. Many officers joined the White Army in the Civil War. So like these people would have been purged and then they went and joined the counter-revolutionary forces. So purging doesn't mean that they're all like strung up and killed. They actually joined the counter-revolution. Seems like the realization that not all those of the same class have the same interests. Like my question about cops last week, they are working class, but their interests are not revolutionizing the system. They protect it. They are paid to protect it. Damn right. And so they trade their labor power or their value in order to protect the state. Correct. That's what they are paid for. But are their interests in protecting the state so long as they get paid? Yes. But beyond that, I would say, as a class, no. All right. Like, this is kind of what they're attesting to here. This person is attesting to here that what they did was they killed or they got rid of top officials and labeled them enemies of the state. But that doesn't constitute genocide. What this video is called, remember, is 5 Steps to Genocide. And genocide is about targeting an ethnic group of some sort and trying to erase them, wipe them out, displace them, remove them from the land, let's say. And like, this isn't that. Like, if you argue that there are people that support the existing regime and they need to be changed in a political sense because you're trying to bring in and reconstitute society, bring in a new form of society, this sort of stuff happens every time there's a regime change. It's not really a step on what is typically considered to be genocide. This is a bit of overreach, let's say. They're being a bit creative here.
Quote, high-ranking functionaries in state administration, banks, the treasury, the railways, and the post and telegraph offices as enemies of the people. Lists of the names of these class enemies were posted in public places for all to see. Political rivals such as the Constitutional Democratic Party were added to the lists, as were members of the pre-revolutionary judiciary and a large portion of the existing military officers. All of these targets were specifically labeled as enemies of the people and accused of various acts including sabotage and profiting from the misery of others. The Bolsheviks repackaged ethnic hatred with communist rhetoric. The communists believed they were entitled to control all of the former Russian Empire, no matter if its provinces wanted to leave. Poles, Ukrainians, and other ethnic minorities who dared to push for independence were labeled as class traitors, imperialist stooges, and capitalist exploiters who were trying to undermine the revolution. Another striking feature of communist genocides is that the victims are always identified as the aggressors.
Again, like, this is very interestingly framed, but like, this is what these types of movements were all about. They were movements based on the idea of class warfare. And so if they are labeling people as imperialists or associated with the capitalist class somehow, and obviously benefiting of the existence of a capitalistic system, then unless those persons were to completely denounce that system themselves and have joined the revolution and somehow proved themselves worthy, if you're associated with the capitalist class and you're looking to ensure that that comes back, then you're definitely an enemy of that style of warfare. This is literally what it's about. They're kind of framing this propaganda in the sense that they always had the intention that they were just going to wipe out a group of people, and they justify it along the grounds of class warfare, whereas literally it is a system of class warfare. It's recognizing that the existing system is based on a mode of production that has capital at its center, and it tries to continually, again, reproduce itself along that style of production, so along a market system style of production. And so if you don't get rid of key people that benefit off that system, whether they are directly capitalist or not, but they're associated with the levers of power that help reproduce that style of society, if you don't take care of those people, get them out of positions of power, then that society can continue to produce the same results. It's a kind of a materialist position on the way society functions. Society doesn't happen because people have ideas and make that work. Society moves in the way that you see all around you because the systems are in place to allow that to continue to happen. So if you change the levers of power, the systems that are in place that continues to make that type of society happen, if you change that and reorganize that, then that's a way out of that system. But like, framing it in the sense that the Bolsheviks or socialists and communists were all about, they just wanted to kill people. They wanted genocide. And they were just looking for an excuse to genocide someone. And so they had to go around calling officials and bankers and landowners class traders and imperialists and all that sort of stuff, so they could do a genocide, then like that doesn't really constitute what they're calling it. They call it like taking people out. Like political purging is a thing. I'm not justifying, political violence, but it's political violence and purging people from a bureaucracy or purging people from positions of power within society. I don't know if that constitutes genocide the way that they're explaining it here. Look at all the sources this guy's using. I don't know if this guy does have sources, do they? Oh, yeah, here we go. Sources. Ben Kiernan, Blood and Soil, World History of Genocide and Extermination, from Sparta to Darfur. Josh Rogan, China is getting away with cultural genocide in Tibet. Larry Clinton Thompson, refugee worker in Indochina exodus. Vladimir Lenin, speech to men of the Red Army leaving the Polish front. Warren Smith, Tibetan Nation, a history of Tibetan nationalism and Sino-Tibetan relations. And Afro-Communism, Ethiopia, Angola, and Mozambique, by Stefan Courtois. The Black Book of Communism, Crimes, Terror, Repression, 1999. That's the one that everybody loves. It's nice to see how he backs up all his assertions. I wonder how much it is about getting paid for cops. I feel like a job people choose, it feels like a job people choose to do. The rewards for doing it are not the best. Similar to nurses, there's usually a reason beyond escaping poverty to why they're doing it. Like even the military pays better. And you've met enough police. And if you've met enough police, you can see the trend in the profession. They do it for the power. Okay, fair enough. And like, I don't think there's anything, I don't know exactly what point you're trying to prove here. But like, yes, that is obviously a factor. Now, that would be a factor for many reasons, but there would also be a factor of a lot of people that, yes, they are doing it like anyone else because they get paid to do so. It meets some type of requirement for them. And so I think the underlying condition there that you should recognize, or I would try to recognize myself, is that these people have a material need here. Like they wouldn't, I would say what you're describing here is some of these people would just do it anyway, even if they weren't being paid. Now, I would argue that a majority of them wouldn't do it if they weren't being paid. And some of them, yes, they would do it for the mere passion that comes from the power of it. And so I hear you. And that is probably it's probably a factor that some people just get kicks out of doing it. But like they get paid for it. So the thing that binds them all together is that they are being paid for it. It's the material factor, that the invisible string that ties them all together is the fact that they do get paid for what they do. And they have chosen to move into the labor market and do that as a result of their choice to enter the labor market. Now, if they get extra benefits from that, like most people do choose a job that fits some type of inclination that they have, some type, if they're lucky enough. Some people, not all people get to choose that, and some people do get to actually do what they enjoy doing and don't care about money at all. But I don't know if you can just outrightly argue that everyone who joins the police force is just doing it because they love the power. I think it is a bit of idealistic thinking that can get you into hot water because it doesn't apply in all circumstances. But like, again, the material thing that ties them all together really is the fact that they get paid. Now, whether you think they are class traitor or not because they work for the state and their job is particularly to quell any opposition to the government, and therefore, uphold bourgeois society, and they're class traders, well, then you can argue that for days. But I don't think you can discount the fact that many people do choose jobs on the labour market because of the pay and the conditions. And there's many jobs that they could choose. They could choose to, like you said, they could be a sparky that pays better. Like they could be a doctor that pays better too. But there are limitations on why people become sparkies. There's limitations on why people become doctors. I'm not saying pay doesn't play a part, but it's easier. But it's easier and better paying to be a tradie. Well, like again, these are ideals. These are kind of subjective conditions that we're talking about here. It's easier and better to be a tradie. Like, I don't know, some people would argue potentially that it's not easier to be a tradie, actually. And, some people, I think most people argue that it's probably better paying, but like not in all cases. Sparkies probably require significantly more training. Yeah, and it depends what part of the world you're talking about too. Some people get into positions, like if we're talking about ICE agents, like look at the way that they've been recruited. I wonder how much training they really have. And like they're akin to the popo, I guess you would say. Like how much training do they really have? Like maybe they do pick it because it's easy money, a lot of them. And it aligns with some other type of interest that you're talking about here. Class traders through and through. There you go. So like I'm all for analyzing objectively who is the vehicle or the weapon of the state repression that supports the bourgeois society that we live in, and it's able to help the bourgeois society replicate itself. I'm all for analyzing who are the weapons objectively of that, military included. You'd like to point out the problems of Western imperialism. Like the military is right up there as like the most important weapon of choice for Western imperialism. And so like, do all of those people join the army because they like the power of Western imperialism? I don't know. I think there's actually a lot of people that make the choice about moving into the army, depending on what country you come from, of course. But like, because you're actually set up for life, they might educate you. They might have a pension fund for you. They might be able to give you some type of health care. So there are conditions and perks that other parts of the labor market don't provide. Also, I'm not saying a lot of them don't honestly believe that they're protecting the community, but that's also a sign of the indoctrination within the force, right? What's that? Meteorologists require more training than police in the States. I have heard stories about how little training there are in some police forces in the States and stuff like that. And like, it's a big problem because like some of them are just, not trained very well at all. I don't think like some of the training actually in parts of Australia, because I've spoken to police officers about this, there's a lot of overkill in Australia and there's too much bureaucracy, too much training. And like there is big shortfalls in quotas and requirements for staffing levels in the police forces in Australia at the moment. And, my heart bleeds for the fact that they can't find enough coppers, obviously, but like they're struggling to recruit. And so there's obviously a lot of people in the generations that are coming up now. So, like the Gen Zs, let's say, that are not turning to the police force to meet their desires in the labor market. And there obviously are opportunities for them, but there seems to be some type of cultural element there potentially as to why they're choosing not to move into the police force. Maybe there are other positions and they've decided to go for other sections of the labor market to fulfill their needs, as opposed to it just being about power. Because if having power is enough to stock the police forces, then I guess they wouldn't really have a recruitment issue at this point in time. And I can only take that anecdotally from what I've heard from talking to people that work for the police in New South Wales. Obviously, it's an East Coast thing. And the army similarly has, I have heard that they are having recruitment issues in Europe too. They're failing to meet their recruitment quotas. And so what do they do in cases like this where they are struggling to recruit people? Usually they don't say to them, oh, you have the power, like kind of thing. You can go and stomp on people's heads and join some line, and you can go and I don't know, become, like crush the working class or something like that. They don't sell it on what powers you get. They will just increase the benefits and the conditions to make it more attractive to get people into that section of the labor market. Usually they'll have to incentivize it somehow, and it's usually based on some type of monetary incentive or conditions incentive. And they try to glorify it too. Like, look at the ads for like the army in Australia and stuff like that. Like, it's all like, it makes it all sexy, and you're like, doing drills, and you're using sophisticated technology, and you're jumping out of an aeroplane. Like, they try to make it as sexy as possible to kind of glorify it. But at the end of the day, if they don't have perks that people are interested in, I think the levels just don't match. I think the recruitment issues prove that point. Like, most people who are more moderate are not joining. So who's left? I think the recruitment issues proves that point. Like, most people who are more moderate are not joining. So who's left? Well, again, I don't actually know how that proves the point. It actually, like I said, if people join for power's sake, then like they wouldn't have a problem with recruiting, because it would naturally, the positions would naturally be filled, because people just like joining for the sake of power. But in a system where people enter into a labor market and choose to sell their labor, and they decide what skills they acquire in order to come into the labor market and make themselves attractive, they're obviously not choosing to employ or access that skill set in order to populate that section of the labor market. And so, like, if there was a motivating factor beyond the labor market, really, as a basis, just again, this is just a basis here, then like the power itself would just be the thing that it constantly attracts people, and they wouldn't have recruitment issues, because people would want to have the power only. Fuck the labor market. If I get paid, that's a bonus. I just want to be able to oppress people. It helps me sleep at night. But like, if there is an overall point that you're trying to make here, like if this is in relation to the culture wars, then like, you're gonna have to just tell me what the overall argument is so I can make sense of it properly. Pragmatic people have seen what happened in the military over the past 20 years, and now they're saying they want no part of it. So people left joining are more ideological, right? Okay. Interesting. I guess. Potentially.
Lenin gave a speech on May 5, 1920, to the Red Army soldiers preparing to leave to invade Poland. He blamed Polish landowners and capitalists for forcing the war on Russia. In every genocide, the regime made sure to link their victims with the hated class enemies and foreign powers. The communists saw themselves as the permanent underdog, striking back against the sinister agents of capitalism and imperialism. Even as they marched crying children to mass graves, the communists claimed they were doing their part to rid the world of bourgeois tyranny.
Again, like, a very, very loose stuff here on the whole kind of idea of going after a particular subset of people. I just don't know if that's the best way of classifying. So like identifying people as capitalists is just a justification for genocide. Let's double check that one. Can you briefly explain under what circumstances Lenin justified invading Poland? Lenin justified the invasion of Poland in 1920 during the Polish-Soviet War under a mix of military, strategic, and ideological. After the Bolsheviks consolidated power and began to win the Russian Civil War, the Red Army pushed westwards to reclaim territory lost under the 1980 Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, which had ceded much of Western Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus to Germany. With Germany defeated in World War One and its army gone, those areas were left in political vacuum. Poland, newly re-established under Joseph Pilsudski, moved eastward to secure territory and revive Polish-led federation. That would include Ukraine and Belarus. This brought Poland into direct conflict with Soviet Russia. Lenin's justification. Lenin justified advancing into Poland as a revolutionary and defensive necessity. Interesting. It's strategic. Lenin argued that Poland was acting as a base for Western intervention against Soviet Russia. Britain and France supported Poland with weapons and logistics. Like, this is exactly what is playing out right now. Sure, if Avalava was here, he'd be pointing that out to me. See? This is what's happening with Ukraine right now, is that Ukraine is being used, as a proxy war for NATO expansion, i.e. US control of Russia, so it doesn't kind of push eastward and kind of fuck up the whole globalist agenda that they've got going on at the moment. Now, if Britain and France were really supporting Poland with weapons, I haven't asked for sources here, so this could be stuff that's just come out of the ether from our research assistant here. But like, if Britain and France were supporting Poland with weapons and resources, you have to just understand the history of what was going on in Russia at this time. And it was not, okay, the Bolsheviks have taken power, let's just kind of let the Bolsheviks kind of have Russia and form the Soviet Union, let bygones be bygones. They've been able to win the Civil War. It's all for them. Like, as soon as the Bolsheviks took power, it was a conceited effort by all of the capitalist nations. So let's just call them all of the free market societies out there of industrial capacity. The US, Britain, France, like all of these people got together to try and stop the Bolshevik revolution from happening. And once it had taken a hold, and as you will see for the rest of the 20th century, they were continually putting pressure and trying to dismantle them. So if the Britain and France were supporting Poland, then yes, the Soviets would have seen that as a direct affront and like a strategic issue for them. And so they would have wanted to ensure that that was dealt with, so the capitalist forces weren't able to mount attacks directly into their land. Now, whether or not that's necessary or not, you have to argue that. You have to research and argue that for yourself. You have to go through and look at the history of it and say, was the Soviet Union being imperial by pushing into Poland and taking Poland back, which used to be part of the Russian Empire anyway? Are they just claiming back the old Russian Empire and they're no better than the Tsarist regime that was there before them? Or were they really trying to have a strategic buffer zone by taking Poland and then being able to lay claim to everything in between Russia and Poland? Revolutionary expansion. Lenin also Poland as a gateway to spreading revolution westward, particularly into Germany. His reasoning: if the Red Army could spark or support a workers' uprising in Germany, the most industrial advanced capitalist country in Europe, it could ensure the survival of the Russian Revolution. He believed Polish workers would welcome the Red Army as liberators, seeing it not as an invasion, but as a proletarian internationalism in action. Through the corpse of white Poland lies the road to world revolution. So what he's talking about when they say white Poland is like kind of the white army that was fighting against the Red Army. So they was fighting the civil war against the Bolsheviks. It's white Poland, which is backed by the capitalist classes of Europe. If they could take Poland and push towards Germany, then they'd be able to spread the revolution further. The Red Army reached the outskirts of Warsaw in 1920, expecting a popular uprising. Instead, the Poles united against the invasion, defeating the Soviets in the Miracle of Vistula. The result was a Treaty of Riga, which forced Soviet Russia to recognize Poland's eastern borders, halting Lenin's westward revolutionary ambitions. Lenin justified the invasion of Poland on two grounds: strategic, defend Soviet Russia from capitalist encirclement; ideological, export the proletarian revolution to Europe by aiding revolutionary movements in Poland and Germany. It was both a military maneuver and an attempt to ignite the world revolution. There you go. All right, so what do they say for the next one? What's the next one?
Bourgeois tyranny.
Isolation.
After identifying which groups had to be targeted, the next step was to isolate them in preparation for persecution. Communist regimes cast themselves as being the will of the people. Therefore, any victim of genocide had to be separated from the people first. This could be done physically, with deportation and exile for the victims, and rhetorically, by producing propaganda that defined the victims identified in Step 1 as the other. Labels like enemy of the people and class traitor signaled that the targets were not part of the communist revolution, and therefore not of the people. If they weren't part of the people, then they didn't need to be treated like people either. A typical example was seen in Laos with the Hmong genocide. The Hmong were a minority group in the country who had mostly converted to Christianity during the period of French colonialism. During the long Laotian Civil War, many Hmong took up arms to fight the communists, fearing that a communist regime would persecute them for their faith. After the Pathet Lao communist regime seized power in 1975, that's exactly what happened. The new regime labeled the entire Hmong population as hostile, capitalist traitors, the running dogs of imperialism, as one official called them, and isolated them from the new nation. No distinction was made between actual anti-communist guerrillas and civilians, nor were women, children, or the elderly spared. Every Hmong was to be treated as an enemy. In the words of the Pathet Lao's official newspaper, the Hmong would have to be exterminated, to the last root. Thousands of Hmong fled their homes and made for the Thai border. And no doubt this was the point of making these public declarations, while those who remained were physically removed from the rest of the population. Tens of thousands of Hmong were rounded up by the military. They were taken from their land and moved to isolated rural villages, where they were made to live in poorly made shacks on land that could not support them. The Laotian government refused to provide food, and only US aid drops prevented their total starvation. Several thousand Hmong were reportedly sent to special camps in the jungles for re-education, although many would never return. This isolation also took them away from the prying eyes of journalists and human rights groups who would struggle to keep an eye on the Hmong in the dense Laotian jungles. The goal was to isolate the Hmong socially, physically, and even in terms of food supply. The Laotian government made it clear that the Hmong were not welcome and were not even considered worthy of living. In the coming months and years, the Pathet Lao would unleash massacres, bombing campaigns, and chemical weapons on the isolated Hmong communities. The groundwork for further violence and persecution, which continues in Laos to this day, had been securely laid.
A very particular example there. I'm not across my Laotian history enough to know exactly what was going on there. But like, if you've already got people in re-education camps and isolated, why would you start bombing them? Because there was a lot of turmoil, obviously, and political argy-bargy going on in Laos between the communists and the royals and the old empire and people that were associated with Western capitalism and those that were looking for a different style of independence. And like, at certain points, like, the Americans kind of played both sides. At a certain point, they wanted to support Pol Pot and they wanted to support people trying to take over and to place the government. And then when that wasn't a thing anymore, and then they were worried about that, then they started playing the other side. So it was all over the place. It's very, very, very convoluted and difficult kind of history. And a lot of these people were just used as pawns in the grand Indochina chessboard at the time, because of, again, old colonialist and imperialist tendencies from European nations and the US. So, like, primarily the French and primarily the US in this part and in this time. So, you know, they're right about the isolation, but like, it doesn't show you, I don't think, giving one example of isolation within a region or a country or nation that has particular demographic differences, large-scale cultural differences between people that are traditional in their religious values and then those who have taken on the religion, the Christian religion of prior colonial waves. Like, is that an existing cultural issue within the society itself, or is that just what communism is about? Because the case, again, for this propaganda is that because of the 20th century history, we now see what communism is about. And the argument here is that communism is about isolating ethnic minorities within the culture and eradicating them, which is what they're making the case for here with Hmong, is that they were picked out because they were somehow serving of the capitalist classes, and that was a reason enough to isolate them and then rain down atrocities upon these people. And like, is that an element of communism? I don't know. I don't think that is actually anywhere in any type of communist literature, communist theory or communist practice, that you have to isolate certain ethnic minorities and wipe them out because they are ethnic minorities, exactly, or they have some type of religious tendency that you're not agreeable to. I don't think that's actually part of communism at all. However, each country has its own context, it has its own complicated history, it has its own internal struggles. And so if these are how people are resolving their internal struggles, and certain people, certain groups within a society align with foreign powers, with capitalist powers or communist powers, and there are disagreements between groups that are aligning with different powers, then this is the typical result of countries that are experiencing warfare. So is that part of communism, or is that part of warfare? You know, you could make an argument either way, but that's not how it's obviously being painted here. The insinuation from this piece of propaganda is that communism is about finding groups to isolate and wipe off the map, basically. And they've used one example there to try and highlight that. Let's just get their written version of that. Victims were separated physically through, so this is isolation step 2. Victims were separated physically through deportation and socially through propaganda labeling as class enemies and running dogs of imperialism. The Hmong genocide in Laos exemplifies this. An entire ethnic group declared hostile, moved to isolated villages and cut off from international observation before systematic extermination began. let's ask, see what the research assistant says about this. Can you explain why? So I just asked, can you explain why the Hmong were described as running dogs of imperialism? Yes, the phrase running dogs of imperialism was a common expression used in Marxist, Leninist, and Maoist political discourse. In the case of the Hmong, it came from how communist movements in South Asia, particularly in Laos and Vietnam, viewed Hmong who fought alongside US and French forces. Running dogs of imperialism is a Maoist insult meaning servants, lackeys, or collaborators of imperialist powers. Running dog, Chinese, literally means domesticated dog that runs at its master's heels, symbolizing someone doing the bidding of a foreign capitalist master. Imperialism refers to Western domination and exploitation of weaker nations. So the phrase essentially means traitors who serve imperialist masters and their own people. Now, again, and this might not be wrong that they were labeled this way, but like this particular piece of propaganda that we're watching is framing it in the sense that they were looking to isolate a particular group of people, so they labeled them as class traitors to justify the genocide. Now, as I've explained, the history here is just so convoluted and it's so difficult because there's people supporting each side at certain points in history whenever it's suited, basically, Western imperialists. But at certain points, they're supporting, let's say, the Hmong, and they're fighting against the communists and all that sort of stuff. But these people are at war, literally. They're fighting one another. And so when one group takes supremacy after fighting another and there's some type of civil war scenario going on, usually in those circumstances, if you have been fighting against a particular enemy, you don't just stop fighting against that particular enemy and just stop labeling them as your enemy, just because some type of circumstances might change outside of that. So I understand that might have been the eventuation, but to take it out of context and say they were just looking for an excuse to label these people because they were Christian or something like that, or they were ethnically different to other people from Laos at the time, is discounting the military history or the warring history that was happening at this point in time. Why is the only way people can be scared of communism is when they describe fascism? Yeah, it's like when those people complain about socialism or something like that, and they're just describing, they're like, oh, socialism, when somebody takes all your stuff or something, and you're like, well, you're actually describing forms of capitalism there, right? Where you allow one person to take all the benefits of everything. Socialism blows hard in the house. Well, you're going to love this piece of propaganda. This is probably right up your alley there, Han. So, yeah, not to discount that there were a lot of people killed in this area as a result of these conflicts, but to discount the fact that there was conflict and people were enemies of one another, and certain groups of people had affiliated themselves with external powers and then were not to be trusted afterwards. It's just revisionist stuff. You can't just take the history out of the equation. These people were fighting against one another, and is it okay to discount the fact that these people were once killing each other in the names of different forces, and then just say, oh, they were just being persecuted simply because they existed, as opposed to the fact that they were fighting? It just frames it in a very particular way. It's a bit of creative narrative structure here from this piece of propaganda. Hey, Han, did you enjoy the recital of the manifesto last night? Wonder what you're referring to there. All right.
The victims have been identified and isolated. Now, the tools of the genocide must be mobilized to bring about its actual execution. Steps 1 and 2 primed the victims and the masses for the genocide, but Step 3 prepared the perpetrators. Lists had to be drawn up, plans made, and men gathered together to execute them. This phase would often include the interpretation of the target group's leadership, so that the victims would find it hard to resist when the killings began. Take the Soviet Union's actions in Ukraine as an example. Not only did Ukraine have an emerging nationalist movement that wanted to be free of Soviet control, but it was also home to around 71,000 families classed as kulaks. Kulaks were land-owning peasants who Lenin treated as capitalist traitors. Lenin and the other Bolshevik leaders believed that kulaks and the Ukrainians as a whole might resist communism, so took brutal measures to terrorize them. In August 1918, Lenin personally ordered the public hanging of 100 kulaks in the Penza region for resisting the collectivization of farmland. He ordered their names to be widely publicized to spread fear across Ukraine and discourage any further resistance. Over the following years, Soviet authorities continued trying to suppress the kulaks, with mixed success. Then, in December 1929, Stalin decided enough was enough and ordered the total liquidation of the kulaks as a class.
All right, there's a lot to unpack there. What was Lenin's action regarding the kulaks? Okay, so Lenin's policy towards the kulaks evolved rapidly after the Bolsheviks seized power, moving from an initial toleration to outright repression and violence. Okay. So 1917, initial position. Okay, so this is the Bolshevik position following the October Revolution. Lenin legalized peasant land seizures within decree on land. At first, this won broad peasant support, including from the kulaks. But as the Civil War began, food shortages in cities led to a shift. The state needed grain to feed workers in the Red Army. Class war in the countryside. Grain requisitioning, the food dictatorship policy, began in May 1918. Armed detachments were sent to villages to seize grain at fixed prices. Kulaks were accustomed of hoarding grain and speculating to profit from shortages. Lenin explicitly framed this as a class war. We must crush the kulak, the bloodsucker, the leech that feeds from the body of the working people. So, again, let us not justify any type of murdering or destruction of a group based on their ethnicity or their culture. But the context is so important. This is really, the propaganda frames this really as this idea of just isolating a group of people because they are of a particular class and they deserve to be kind of destroyed, outrightly just destroyed. Now, there is obvious arguments on both sides as to why a group of people that it's speculating, while there is a large scale hunger across an empire, whether that should be acceptable or not, and this would have been used as the reason, as they're describing the excuse to go in. So Lenin issued several orders authorizing summary executions of kulaks and counter-revolutionary elements. The most notorious was a telegram on the 11th of August 1918, Bolshevik officials in Penza province. Comrades, the uprising of the 5 kulak districts must be crushed without pity. You must make an example of these people. Hang, and make sure that the hanging is in full view of people. No fewer than 100 known kulaks, rich men, bloodsuckers. Publish their names, seize the grain, take the hostages. Do this so that for hundreds of miles around, people will see, tremble, and know that we are killing bloodthirsty kulaks. So this is from Lenin. This order shows that Lenin personally authorized mass executions of rural leaders and used terror deliberately to intimidate peasantry. The Cheka carried out these orders. So this was the secret police at the time. If you're not across it, arrests, executions, and confiscations. Entire villages could be punished for resisting requisition squads. The Bolsheviks divided the countryside into poor peasants, allies, middle peasants, neutral, and kulaks, enemies. And this is where a lot of people have taken big exception to this idea of what communism kind of really is about. And like you hear proponents or people of the Jordan Peterson school will constantly talk about like this kind of issue when it comes to communism, which is, we've seen what it does in the past. Look at what happened in the Soviet Union. It's a class warfare kind of system, and so like you have to at some point decide who's a class in the class group or who's a class traitor. And like, how do you make these positions? Like the poor peasants, they're the allies. Middle peasants, neutral. Kulaks, the richer ones, you know, they're the enemies. Like, are they the class traders? Why are they the class traders, kind of thing? Do they not work the land too? If they work the land, are they producing value from their own? Are they producing their own surplus value? They're speculating on that, and they're doing a job which is a problem. Given the fact that we're trying to feed what's left of an empire here. But like, are they capitalists because they're speculating on things? Like, how do you start to decide who's in the in crowd and who's not? And so that's the identification issue that we're talking about, that they've delineated here as a problem of communism, which is an obvious problem. Like, how do you choose who's working class and who gets to enjoy the benefits of, you know, your new communist society? Or not? Yes. Okay, that is a very problematic issue. How do you make those decisions? It is obviously hard to say who gets to enjoy the benefits of a new society and who is the actual enemy of that new society. That is always going to be difficult stuff. There's no... I don't think there's any argument that like this is really, really messy territory here, and it's hard to say who you support and who you don't. But this is, again, in its context in the 20th century, this type of stuff was happening all over the place in empires, dissolving empires, and in the colonies, in the North Atlantic, in Europe. Like, this was happening. People were suppressing groups of peasants and people that worked the land in order to feed wars that were happening all over the continent and all over the colonies. Like, this was just part and parcel for early 20th century history here, that there were groups of people that had to work the land to feed the armies, the industries, the urban areas of particular large industrial societies out there, and they were heavily oppressed and suppressed all over the place to make this type of society work. And so, while it is no excuse, this is really not unusual stuff given the history of what was happening in Europe at the time. There were certain people that were producing food, and they were largely marginalized, or they were largely squeezed. They were largely squeezed by the state and other classes that were in control. And like, it wasn't nice stuff. So the history, again, and the context is important, not discounting the fact that they were going after a particular group of people here. What's this? What have I missed here? Oh, I've missed something. Wait a minute. Han came into another chat last night and was trying to get banned, telling the streamer they were boring and a recital of the Communist Manifesto would be more interesting. Little did they know we had a cheer alert for that, so I redeemed bedtime story. Must have put Han to sleep though. Han, that guy was somehow more annoying that a commie reading than a commie reading the manifesto. I've seen them around a fair bit now. They're not serious. They're not a serious account. They're just shitstir lefties. One word: oppression. Twitch is dying. Not even new lefty streams are around to get banned from. And what is with these idiots with one viewer for 3 months making their chat verified or follower only? Makes no sense. How many chats have you been banned from now? I know I've seen you banned in 3. No clue. At least 500 is a conservative guess. And maybe the problem isn't Twitch. Huh? Han is harmless. All right. Back to it. What did they do after this? So, like, this is Lenin's reign, right? So 1921 to 2020 to 1922, new economic policy. After massive peasant revolts, notably the Tambov Rebellion, Lenin retreated from war communism. The NEP reintroduced limited private trade and reduced direct state requisitioning. Lenin stopped large-scale executions but continued to denounce kulaks ideologically, warning that capitalism is reviving in the countryside. Under the NEP, kulaks were tolerated but lightly taxed, regulated, and politically disenfranchised. Lenin's legacy. Even though Lenin erased repression under the NEP, his earlier policies framed kulaks as a class enemy to be destroyed, legitimized terror and public executions as a tools of class war, and created the ideological foundation for Stalin's later campaign of de-kulakization, which led to mass deportations and deaths. Yeah. So again, the history is important here. Large-scale executions, the oppression of people in rural areas to feed industry and to feed a war machine is not something that is unique to communism in the 20th century. So they're framing this again, if they're kind of framing this, that this only happens under communism, where peasants are oppressed and are forced to feed everybody else in society, and they are kind of reprimanded or they're controlled through use of violence and terror. Again, not unusual in the 20th century or the early 20th century across the world, not just isolated to one area. History is dictated by the victors. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, right. Han keeps coming back. It's just a matter of time before we convert him. No chance.
So began the formal organization of the genocide. Soviet authorities sorted the kulaks into 3 classes and planned the actions to be taken against each group. Category 1 were the kulaks guilty of actual counter-revolutionary activity and would be sent to gulags or shot. Those who did not resist but did not show loyalty to the communist regime were Category 2. They'd be deported and have their property confiscated. Lastly, Category 3 were those who were loyal to the regime and would just be deported. Such plans required the cooperation of...
this sort of stuff doesn't really age too well these days as well, because you got to ask, if deportation is part and parcel in genocide, like erasing an ethnic group within your country's boundaries, like what do you fucking think is happening right now in the US? They are rounding up a large group, an ethnic group within US society. Maybe not an ethnic group, let's just call it a demographic within US society. They're rounding them up, pulling them off the streets and doing mass deportations. Or the ones that don't get deported are thrown into concentration camps. I think the word they used there was gulag. But like, if this is what communism does, it's part of the communist kind of style of society, it is important to have an understanding of history, because this stuff is not exclusively communist or a product of communist experiments, let's call them.
Many arms of the state. The Soviet secret police would need to draw up.
When Stalin deports people, it's okay, but when Trump does it, yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they are both as bad as each other, actually. I don't know if I think it's okay if Stalin does it. I can't remember saying that.
The names of the more resistant kulaks in Category 1. Meanwhile, local activists would be dispatched to draw up lists of Category 2 and 3 in every village. Since there weren't that many local activists, the regime dispatched a trusted party member and assigned him local peasant assistants to create a list. These lists turned genocidal rhetoric into genocidal blueprints. They would soon be used to arrange the deportation of 1.8 million alleged kulaks and the deaths of at least 500,000 of them. This desolation of the farming population soon produced a massive famine, which claimed millions more Ukrainian lives. Step 3 had led naturally into Step 4. Step 4 is the obvious one: eliminate. Having identified the enemy, isolated them from power and protection, and organized the tools of the genocide, it was time to execute it. There is probably no method of murder that wasn't seen somewhere during communist genocides. Most people will think of the direct methods: firing squads and executions of bound and frightened civilians. This was certainly the fate of millions. Deaths in forced labor camps through exhaustion, disease, or starvation was another common fate. A great many were subjected to torture from the regimes, both as a matter of policy and the sadistic whims of local officials or soldiers. Starvation, intentional or not, would also claim an immense share of the communist death toll. While many of these deaths would have been carried out by state security forces, communist powers often employed volunteer militias, drawn largely from the enthusiastic youth, like Mao's Red Guards. The demonization and social isolation of the victims in Steps 1 and 2 meant that there were usually lots of volunteers primed to hate the victims and eager to play their role. As an example, we can turn to Ethiopia. In the mid-1970s, the Marxist-Leninist Derg regime of Mengistu Haile Mariam carried out the extermination of hundreds of thousands of political enemies. The targets were drawn from a variety of designated enemy groups, including regional separatists and pre-revolutionary elites, such as the supporters of the deposed Emperor Haile Selassie. However, the primary targets were actually rival communist groups in the All-Ethiopia Socialist Movement, who were mostly from the persecuted Oromo ethnic group, and the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP. Having designated these groups as enemies of the revolution, Mengistu famously smashed 3 vials of blood during a speech in April 1976 as a signal to unleash the killings. This campaign of terror was known as the Ki Shibir. The Mengistu regime unleashed plenty of soldiers to do their dirty work, but they also employed civilian death squads, known as Kebele, to round up and murder their enemies. The Kebele were historically neighborhood organizations that existed long before the genocide, but the regime appropriated them as a tool for extermination. They had little training or organization. They were essentially handed rifles with the promise that they'd use them on the regime's enemies, then set loose on innocent people. The targets were usually rounded up first and killed en masse. Aside from regime soldiers and the Kebele, there were even reports of Soviet troops helping their ally by rounding up student activists to be executed. Reports of mass burnings, torture in captivity, and rape demonstrated just how diverse the horrors could be. One of the distinctive execution methods used in the Kishabir was strangulation by a nylon rope, which got the nickname of the Mengistu bow tie. The method was a particular favorite of the regime's chief of internal security, Colonel Teka Tulu. This method was used to execute thousands of victims, most famously the deposed Emperor Haile Selassie, who was strangled to death in his home in August 1975. As was the case with so many genocides, the killers did not keep meticulous lists of who they killed, so the scale of the deaths are open for debate. Defenders of the regime put the death toll as low as 10,000 people killed in 2 years. Most estimates go into the hundreds of thousands, perhaps as high as 1 million. The difficulty in determining the number owes in part to step 5, denial.
I'm for open borders once you get rid of the welfare state. This is why Europe is getting overrun. Their welfare states will fail due to the drain of resources. But the next Hitler has already been born. European countries are being lost via invasion, but without armies. Sounds like your problem is with social democracy. My problem is with people who don't understand economics. And what is your economics, actually? What is your theory of economics? Obviously not the welfare state, I guess. Austrian school, basically. Okay. Interesting. Fair enough.
Once a genocide has occurred, the next step is to deny it ever happened.
I hope Netanyahu is taking notes on this one. This is interesting. The next step in a genocide, apparently, is denial. I think this should just be renamed. It should be the Genocide Playbook, Communist Edition. Because I don't think any of this is unique to any communist regime. It's just taking communist examples and applying it to the Genocide Playbook.
Communist governments went to great lengths to bury any evidence of their actions. They were aware that being blamed for the deaths of thousands of innocent people would not help global communism's image. To avoid criticism or intervention from non-communist nations, and to avoid bad press for communist allies, it was standard practice to hide any evidence of the crimes. Censorship was an ongoing process. Part of isolating victims in Step 2 was to silence them and stop them speaking out while the genocide was in progress. By the time the killing began, the victims were already mostly silenced. Official communist sources would simply ignore the atrocities committed and insist that any accusation of wrongdoing was foreign imperialist propaganda. Genocide denial isn't just saying the killings happened. Often, genocide denial is saying the killings happened, but embracing them as a good thing. It wasn't genocide, they say, but justice against a hated enemy.
Censorship and propaganda are part of any state apparatus. Yes, and especially ones that are constant warfare as well. And they can use that to justify anything. Just like in the modern era, we use the word terrorism to justify anything. Far and broad-reaching propaganda, censorship, and surveillance campaigns. All in the name of terrorism. In the 20th century, it was all in the name of war.
In some cases, the genocide will be said to be an improvement for the victims. The ultimate success of Step 1 is convincing people at Step 5 that all the steps in between were the right choice. The ongoing treatment of Tibet by the Chinese government is a complicated example of this denial. Around 100,000 Tibetans are thought to have been killed since China invaded the country in 1950. Countless more people have been imprisoned and abused by communist authorities, while the entire population lives under a system that Tibetan leaders and human rights groups have labeled as cultural genocide. Cultural genocide aims to completely destroy the idea of Tibetan nationhood itself. Through mass censorship of history, brutal suppression of Tibetan culture, and the abduction and indoctrination of Tibetan children with communist propaganda, Beijing hopes to erase Tibetan identity and absorb it into China. Naturally, Beijing denies it is doing anything wrong. To question the party's policy against Tibet is illegal in China, and foreign journalists have restricted access to the region. The primary method of genocide denial is simply to stop people talking about it. As far as Beijing is concerned, if no one sees it happening, then it didn't happen. Attempts by Tibetan activists to draw international attention to their struggle have been fought by China and its allies, who boycott discussion of the topic at international forums like the United Nations.
It's funny, when we had that podcast recently, myself and 4AS with the two nationals from Nepal who were speaking about the issues that have recently happened, the Gen Z revolutions that have happened in Nepal, and have overthrown the government and instituted a new interim government situation. They brought up the issue of Tibet because Tibet is on, like, within their backyard as well, and they have Tibetan revolutionaries that come across the border into Nepal and use Nepal as like kind of a go-between territory, who are also, these Tibetan revolutionaries are supported by India, and India doesn't mind supporting them because it kind of destabilizes, or it gets under the skin, let's say, of the Chinese. And they use Nepal as kind of this transitional place where they can move between putting pressure on China through Tibet and then falling back on India when they need to, and vice versa. And they just kind of oscillate kind of between those two positions. But like both of these people that we spoke to and interviewed about the Tibetan situation were like, they both brought up this idea, which I don't think is really kind of something that even the America really denies. But they both brought up the fact that the CIA was instrumental in efforts to kind of destabilize Tibet or infiltrate Tibet, and use that as kind of a area to help get at China. It was used as a way to kind of destabilize that region generally and draw Chinese resources and attention to that. So it could kind of be used, I guess, as a proxy war for American interests, but it's used largely as part of their containment policy. If you destabilize areas on its actual border and periphery, and makes it harder for them to kind of control what's happening in their general area, then it makes it harder for them to govern, because there is conflict right at their border. There's problems right at their border. And so, like, I don't know, I don't really see people kind of denouncing that and saying that the CIA hasn't been involved in Tibet. But like, it was interesting that these people from the region particularly were just speaking about, like, it was like, you know, just common knowledge, like, yeah, we know about this, and they're also helping fund organizations potentially within Nepal, and lo and behold, when these Gen Z revolution, or the Gen Z revolution as people have been calling it, was happening in Nepal very recently, they said they saw a resurgence of Tibetan revolutionaries, people wearing the insignia of and the markings of Tibetan revolutionaries in Nepal, agitating for the overthrow of the government. And like, obviously, if you've watched enough of this stream, you would know that like some of the implications that have come out about the Nepalese uprising, the Gen Z uprising that deposed the government, is because it is brought about because that actually happened not as a result just of the Gen Z dissatisfaction and contempt alone, but also because the US had been in there destabilizing the region on purpose, deliberately interfering with the region. And so it's funny that they bring up this example of like the issue with Tibet and how China has been kind of repressing Tibet specifically and trying to stop communication, stop foreigners from going in there, like stopping any type of connection from Tibet and the rest of the world. Because if you think of it like that, that does, like, the way that they've generally been framing stuff in this piece of propaganda, it's like, oh my god, look at how evilly repressive this regime is, this communist regime. But if you think of it in the context that America has been deliberately destabilizing not just Tibet but the entire region to get at China, their response to that would be to, yes, cut off any type of foreign interference in that region so they could take total control of the situation. Like if somebody was doing that, like if the Chinese were doing that in Mexico, I don't think that the Americans would wait for too much of an excuse to enter into Mexico to get the Chinese out to stop destabilizing the region. Or if that happened in, like, I don't know, Canada or something like that. And so, you know, it's bad when the Chinese do it, but, you know, would it be bad if it was something like the US doing it to ensure their borders are stabilized? Now, I'm not justifying the repression of any culture just to stabilize your own backyard, but, like, there has to be some type of acknowledgement of a channel called A Day in History that claims to be a historical channel of sorts. If it's not just a historical slop channel, there has to be some recognition that there are more factors in play in Tibet than just the Chinese wanting to do a genocide in Tibet. There must be some recognition that there are more geopolitical factors at play there than that. It's way more nuanced than that.
When it is forced to acknowledge its policies in Tibet, the Chinese response is schizophrenic. At times, China will defend its policy as being justified punishment. For example, the 87,000 Tibetans killed during the Tibetan Uprising of 1959 are classified as dangerous reactionaries and anti-communist bandits by Beijing, and all actions against them were therefore justified. At other times, Beijing defends its treatment of Tibet as improving their lives. They point to genuine material improvements in things like life expectancy and literacy rates, not in the Tibetan language, it must be noted, as proof that their policy of culture erasure is better for the Tibetan people. How the same policies can be both a punishment for Tibetans and a benefit for them is a question China does not allow its citizens to ask. We've seen examples of each step so far, but now it's time to put them together and follow each step through a single genocide. The Cambodian genocide carried out by the Khmer Rouge is one of the most infamous crimes of 20th century communism. Pol Pot's regime murdered between a quarter and a third of Cambodia's population between 1975 and 1979, or around 2 million people. The deaths from the genocide were the result of both the unintended consequences of the regime's disastrous agricultural policy and of direct mass killings perpetrated against designated enemies of the regime.
Now, I don't want to point and be the guy that tries to dispute facts or numbers particularly, because this stuff is very, very complicated. But like, there's an interesting piece that Chomsky does on this, like back, I don't know, I want to say in like the 80s or something like that, where he investigates the genocide or the killings of communism and the Pol Pot era, let's say, for Cambodia. And you've just heard the claim there, there's 2 million people who have died as a result of stuff happening in Cambodia, let's say. Now, he puts the figure at about 800,000, and I think that is an estimate that he's using on sources that are coming out of the region. Now, the 2 million figure that he talks about back then, or it was actually not even 2 million, it was like 1 million that he was arguing against, I think, at the time, was coming from Western sources and Western sources only. And it was coming from a particular person who was a French, I think they were a French missionary, or they were somehow related to the French Catholic Church, maybe a priest or something like that, that was operating outside or out of Cambodia at the time, and they literally plucked that number of the amount of people that were dead in Cambodia at the time. They literally plucked that number kind of out of the air, and they didn't really have much evidence, but like the Western media took that and like ran with it and was like, oh, look, there's been 1 million people killed. Now again, they're not denying that there were an extraordinary number of deaths in this region, but like a day in history here, just plucking it out and just saying, oh, it's definitely 2 million people, is on the larger side of any estimates that I've heard that have come out of this particular situation. Now, like with the stuff that was happening in Laos, this part of Indochina was completely being ripped apart by previous colonial warfare and new independence and liberation struggles that were happening. And many liberation struggles, if you're not aware, in the 20th century took on the face of communism because they were looking for an ideological expression or some type of theoretical backing to find a justification for their own liberation, and not only that, a way to progress their economy so they could be independent. And so a lot of liberation struggles in the global south, as you know, I hate that term, but like people use it a lot, but like in the global south, in the 20th century, defined themselves as communists or Marxist-Leninists and all this type of stuff. They define themselves as that because they were looking for someone to help explain how they could get some type of form of national liberation and how they could develop their economies to rid themselves of old colonial regimes and industrialize themselves to be able to meet the needs of a new modern economy. And so a lot of these liberation struggles did take kind of the face of, I guess you would say, of communism or Marxist-Leninism and all this type of stuff. So attributing 2 million deaths to communism in Cambodia and the region generally, because like there's a lot of mix between what was happening in Cambodia, Laos and Vietnam around this time, attributing 2 million is a number that is, according to Chomsky anyway, completely fabricated by Western sources. And some of those Western sources themselves just got that information from the Pentagon, and the Pentagon was getting that information from the fact that in some of its pre-Vietnam War bombing raids of Indochina, it was just basically unleashing the fury on Laos and Cambodia along the sides of Vietnam as part of just an extrajudicial attack on the region to try and, stamp out opposition to colonial powers at the time, and to try and curb the spread of communism, basically. It was an ideological issue. They didn't want, as a capitalist society or as a free market or a free society, free democratic society, let's say, the Americans didn't want communism spreading down from China throughout Indochina. And so they were just indiscriminately basically bombing these areas. And so another thing that Chomsky points out is a lot of the dead that have been attributed to, I guess you would say, the Pol Pot regime, potentially in the Cambodian example or what have you, is actually just people that were indiscriminately bombed by American planes that would just fly over the region and just shake things up and destabilize things. And like also potentially from a capitalistic point of view, just eat through additional military supplies. They had a lot of bombs, like World War II surplus. That's what they did in like Korea, for example. They really did just bomb Korea into the Stone Age, and they attempted to do similar stuff in this part of Indochina as well. And so like when they attribute these deaths, all I'm saying is because of the war that was happening, like the warfare, the conflicts that were constantly happening in this part of the world at this time in the 20th century, they have no idea who really to attribute all of the deaths to. But like, you know, as Forias has pointed out earlier, history is written by the victors. And so like if the Western media are going to portray anything, they're going to basically attribute it to whoever they think needs to get the blame on that one. And so like 2 million, 2 million, that's a large scale estimate there. I haven't actually heard that one before coming from a piece of history slop like this. It's interesting though that they've put the figure on there, because I wonder where they got that figure from exactly. Because again, the debate is really out on where that number came from in the first place, and whether it can be relied upon as being attributed to someone like Pol Pot even. It's interesting. Mystery movie. This is another thing people forget. A lot of these figures are tied up in USA domino theory fears. They were keen to eliminate any alternative system. Yeah, and like they really did kind of just, because they just had such power as well in terms of domino theory. The USA just had such power at the end of World War II. Like no one had an air force in this part of the world at that point. Maybe the Chinese started developing one. I don't know. It would have been difficult, but like, you know, they just, whoever they wanted to stop the spread of communism, whatever region they wanted to stop the spread of communism in this part of the world at the moment, in the Asiatic region, they just dropped bombs on them. And again, like, you know, probably just got rid of surplus munitions really. But yeah, they just bombed them. Bomb them into the Stone Age.
Step 1 was relatively simple, as communists had plenty of experience with who might resist them by now. The Khmer Rouge had many of the usual targets: landowners, businessmen, and military officers who had fought against them during the preceding civil war. The Khmer Rouge also took aim at religious minorities, who
I'm just asking our research assistant who supported the Khmer Rouge in the Civil War. So Northern Vietnam, early decisive backer, Khmer Rouge, small guerrilla movement. North Vietnam and the Viet Cong provided military training of weapons, sanctuaries. In eastern Cambodia, political protection. China became their main foreign sponsor after 1973. United States, indirectly and paradoxically, the US did not directly support the Khmer Rouge during the Civil War. However, US bombing and intervention in Cambodia helped the Khmer Rouge recruit. After 1979, when Vietnam invaded Cambodia and toppled the Khmer Rouge, the US and China both opposed Vietnam-backed government, so the US tolerated and indirectly supported the Khmer Rouge's presidents in exile through diplomatic channels. Domestic support peasants, the Khmer Rouge's core domestic support came from rural peasants, like the ones that were bombed by the Americans, basically. And the Sihanouk loyalists. After being overthrown by General Lon Nol, Prince Norodom Sihanouk allied himself with Khmer Rouge. So North Vietnam, mostly China, the royals then started supporting them, the peasantry, the United States after the Vietnam War, to fight Vietnam, to stop them from spreading across. So crazy the Chinese got involved with that as well and started fighting against Vietnam too. Can't believe that. Crazy how history works. It's not as straightforward. And who's the good commies, who's the bad commies, right? These commies were killing each other as well. For us, well, good luck changing the world for the better. I'm sure you can change human nature and get people to hate each other, to work together any day now. You guys are having an interesting conversation.
Threatened communist control, most notably the country's Buddhist monks, who were seen as focal points for traditionalist resistance, as well as the country's small Christian minority who were seen as traitors who embraced Western ideals. The Rouge idealized the rural peasant and saw the urban population as inherently bourgeois and suspect, which got most city dwellers labeled as enemies as well. The regime famously labeled all non-communist intellectuals as foreign subversives, an ironic charge given that Pol Pot himself was educated in Paris, and even wearing glasses came to be seen as a symbol of one's middle-class status. The regime also deployed communist rhetoric against ethnic minorities, such as the Cham Muslims and the Vietnamese populations, labeling whole ethnic groups as traitors deserving of destruction. All of the victims were identified as enemies of communism and tools of capitalist or imperialist oppression. Step 2 to isolate the victims began before the communists even seized power. As the tide turned in the Civil War, the communists began mass deportations to shatter the communities that they would soon destroy. After seizing their first major city at Krache in 1973, the communists ordered the deportation of its entire urban population, an action they repeated at the capital of Phnom Penh in 1975. In total, around 50% of Cambodia's population would be displaced by the regime. Most ended up in small rural villages, where they were kept separate from the existing rural population, while others were taken to prison camps like the infamous S-21 camp. These displaced refugees, known as the New People, were demonized by regime propaganda as lackeys of the capitalist imperialists and were stripped of most of their rights and property. Physically, legally, economically, and rhetorically, the victims of the genocide were isolated, ready for their destruction. With their victims named, demonized, and controlled, Step 3 saw the final organization before the mass killings began. Deported populations were sorted into more easily managed groups. For example, the regime began separating out victims between richer and poorer, educated and non-educated, to decide who would be exterminated first. Another organizational trick was to ask for volunteers who wanted to go to better villages if they didn't like their assigned one. Anyone who did volunteer were marked by the regime as being too individualistic and not being obedient to the party's commands. By coming forward as volunteers, people in effect denounced themselves, one Cambodian survivor said. Using this infallible criterion, the Khmer Rouge rooted out the most unstable among us, those who were least satisfied with their fate. What followed for Step 4 was an entire nation subjected to atrocities that YouTube would not allow us to explain in detail. The majority of the killings were simple massacres. The victims were usually led away from the village to designated killing fields, where the perpetrators would gun them down. Massacres could take hours, as thousands of people had to be killed in one go. We will never know exactly how many massacres occurred across Cambodia, but mass graves are still being found in the jungles to this day. There were so many people to kill that soldiers were at times ordered to beat people to death with their own farming equipment, since there weren't enough bullets for everyone. On top of the village massacres and mass starvation, prison camps hosted their own horrors, as thousands were tortured, executed, and experimented upon by the regime's agents. Step 5 began while Step 4 was still unfolding. The Khmer Rouge denied that it was doing anything wrong, as well as blocking access to foreign journalists and silencing voices within Cambodia to stop word getting out. They insisted that they were only acting against class enemies and landlords who deserved death. This denial was supported by communist and left-wing figures the world over. Cambodia's closest ally was China, who provided funding to the regime to carry out the genocide and turned a blind eye to the massive death toll. Left-wing Western academics like Noam Chomsky used their platforms to deny that the killings happened and shielded the regime from scrutiny. Thankfully, the toppling of the regime in
I haven't heard that one before. I guess he is a little bit too extreme, isn't he, Noam Chomsky, for even something like a bit of AI history slop. Chomsky using his platform to deny. I haven't heard people say it like that before. That's interesting. Because I've heard people argue against Chomsky and they're just like, yeah, but you're discounting this and you're discounting that. And they argue from kind of a media representation angle about like who's actually providing the information to Chomsky and how he gets his sources, because the mainstream media get other sources on numbers and all that sort of stuff. But I haven't seen him framed as a denier of the atrocities of the Pol Pot regime. That's interesting. Chomsky is an educated idiot. And what do you not like about Chomsky, might I ask? Exactly. I have my own concerns with Chomsky, but it's probably not the same. How long you got? Hey, you chat away. Give me an essay. Tell me exactly what you know about Chomsky.
Used their platforms to deny that the killings happened and shielded the regime from scrutiny. Thankfully, the toppling of the regime in 1979 halted the killings and ensured that the regime did not have time to erase all memory of their crimes. The Cambodian genocide is one of many examples of communist atrocities, but the 5 steps we've identified could also be found.
He dodged debating Thomas Sowell for 50 years. He knew full well he would get destroyed. That's pretty funny. Okay, fair enough. So it's just because he refused to debate someone who's like the poster boy of left-wing economists or Marxist thinkers that have turned to neoclassical, neoliberal economics. They are both still alive, still waiting. Yeah, could you imagine the debate now? Far out. I can't hear you. Speak up, Chomsky. Yeah, that'd be very entertaining debate, I'm sure. I'm the fixer. I'll fix the world with my flat tax scheme. Cheese Fist still in the house.
In those other examples as well. Of course, it is only one way to describe how and why events happened the way they did. We should also acknowledge that each genocide had its own unique factors, like the personality of its leaders and the specific histories and geographies at play that made sure that no 2 genocides were ever identical. It's not that communist regimes all had a checklist that they all copied. Instead, these steps emerged as the natural consequences of communist ideology. They're similar.
Okay, so this is where it comes from. This is it. This is the most important part in this 28-minute long piece. Here it is. Genocide is a result of communist ideology. It's not that they had a checklist, but communism leads to genocide. That's the lesson.
Is the natural consequences of communist ideology. Their similar ideals led to similar actions for similar goals, which resulted in a pattern of atrocity that claimed the lives of around 100 million people in the 20th century. Of course, we shouldn't forget that the 20th century has a long list of non-communist genocides, carried out for a variety of political, racial, religious, and other reasons. But understanding the unique aspects of communist genocide is a vital part of understanding the entirety of the 20th century. And with several communist...
See, I don't buy that, because they've just admitted, like right at the end, after they've taken you through this narrative about how the communists have a particular style of genocide, and then it's like, but genocide happens all the time. Let's be honest, and like it's happened throughout the 20th century. But wait a minute, it's the communists that do the worst genocide, or do a particular type of genocide. Let's say, not the worst, it's a particular type of genocide. Now, the only particularity that has been brought up in this entire piece, the only particularity is that some of the justification for said genocide has really only come about from the angle of class warfare. They, instead of just singling out an ethnic group that needs to be eradicated, which is just genocide generally, is that they've been using a bit of class rhetoric to help justify that. It's not that they did anything different materially to any other genocide. It's just that they used some class rhetoric, and that's it. So this should be the one difference between communist genocide and any other type of genocide, is that there is class rhetoric used in this style of genocide. That's pretty much the only distinction. And correct me if I'm wrong. I've tried to listen to this whole piece as attentively as possible, but the only thing they've described here is that there were particular leaders, like Lenin, for example, who are like, no, these people are class traitors, or these people work in the interests of the imperialists. And so we need to do something about them. And that leads to kind of what they've described as genocide here. Aussie Welder, are the commies coming to get us again? You know they are. Watch out. G'day. Welcome to the stream. It's been a while since we've had you in here, Aussie Welder. Welcome back. Not sure, maybe you just lurk from time to time and you don't get a chance to comment, but yeah. Did this guy just contradict himself at Mystery? I don't know. Like, it's just, yeah, plausible deniability at the end. It's just like, oh, look, there's lots of genocides kind of thing. It's like, I didn't say that it was just communists, but this is the communist genocide playbook. That's not really just communist. It's anyone doing a genocide, and like it happens with a slight communist characteristic, which is, let's just use the rhetoric of class warfare to help to really justify this, or to like get this thing going. Let's just use the language of class warfare, which, it is difficult. It is difficult. I'm going to deny that. I think that's an adequate critique of like what happened in immediate post-Bolshevik revolution Russia, is like when they decided that they were going to, go after some people and not others. At what point did they use the justification that this person was a capitalist and this person wasn't? Now, no, it's obviously, I think it's way more nuanced than that. But like, it is hard to just be like, all right, you're a capitalist. You're not a capitalist. You're a class trader. You're not. Like, that is some difficult stuff to process. Let's be honest about this. That is a legitimate critique of that type of stuff, but a legitimate critique in the context as well that, again, they were at war. Russia just went through a civil war at that point, especially when they describe what they were talking about with the kulaks, that whole situation. They're in the midst of a civil war, and they didn't have food. They didn't have anything. They didn't have any resources. The chances that they were going to win against the white army that was backed by all of these other nations from around the world who just wanted to make sure that a socialist revolution couldn't go anywhere further than what it had. Like, the odds of them winning were incredible. I don't think really anyone saw it coming. They just thought that the white army would, like, with international backing, would kind of just fight them back, and then they'd take Russia over. They'd institute some type of bourgeois democratic system there, and the rest would be history. But it wasn't. And they were able to cling on desperately, and like, they were starving, they were under-resourced, and they really had to do something quickly to try and save things. There was a lot of context going in there that is, I guess, forgotten, which is disappointing, because this channel does claim to be a history channel. They're supposed to be explaining history as opposed to telling stories as such. I know there's a fine line there between history and a story, but like they should be trying to give as much of the context as possible, I would say, just to get a proper understanding. Aussie World, cheers, mate. I've been on walkabout for a bit. Fair enough. Imagine if the whites won the revolution, how much better the world would be right now. What whites? I'm pretty sure the Russians consider themselves to be white. So, is that the revolution you're talking about? What revolution? It's funny. Yeah, look, this is, at best the title should be The Genocide Playbook in self-described communist regimes of the 20th century, or like the one difference between genocide by communists versus other genocide. And the one difference is they use the language of class to justify their atrocities. Oh, right. If the whites won the revolution, how much better the world would be right now. That's interesting. I've often considered that. Jesus, one faction was called the Reds, the other whites. Yeah. I've often contemplated what it would have been like, actually, if there was no Soviet Union. And, like, world capitalism was able to just develop in its own right without the force of a nation or a Soviet Union. And then subsequently, like another large nation like China, what it would have meant and where we would be right now. And like, if you think the world would have been better, who knows? Who knows? But like, would capitalism have had the ability to meet its own contradictions and come to some type of crisis point much earlier? And there would have been a point at which people sought a resolution to that much earlier than these communists like the Soviet Union, these self-described communist regions on the world stage, which resisted capitalistic forces, at least ideologically, if nothing else, and then gave kind of some type of reason for capitalistic societies like in the US to kind of treat their working classes better and pretend to care about their working classes because, like, there are commies out there. The Soviet Union is over there. And so, like, people are judging us against the Soviet Union. And so if we don't do things well, if we don't protect or at least pretend to care about our working classes, then people might decide that they want to try out the Soviet Union here. Without those things balancing out the forces in the capitalist world, I think history would have been very different. You're right. I'd argue with the alternative system option, you wouldn't have gotten things like Keynesianism. Yeah. Did someone say something about say things would be better if whites won? Based. Yeah, that's the line of thinking that I thought that Han was talking about here. And like, it's funny because whites won the revolution. There is no white army. They're not doing any type of revolution. They were trying to get rid of the revolution. So the revolution was not the whites to win. They were trying to get rid of it. I think that's an important distinction there for you, Han. Definitely weren't revolutionary, the whites. They were very anti-revolutionary. Now, that's it for, like, this has been an interesting exploration. I think the lesson really is that there is a lot of this type of history slop out there. I actually thought they would do a better job of, like, actually detailing, like, okay, look, this is step one. Here's 5 examples of step one. Here's step 2. Here's 5 examples of step 2, as opposed to kind of just cherry picking stuff. Keynes was enamored with the fascists. He based most of his economic ideology on their system, just without all the genocide. Yes, Keynes, quite the genocidal maniac. Sure, he would have done it if he had the opportunity. Yeah, it's just there's a lot of AI slop out there, and it's lazy stuff. Like, you could get, to be honest, you could get AI to write you this script. But you just be like, I want to make a video on communist genocide. Can you explain to me 5 ways how it happens? It gives you 5 ways. Okay, can you give me 5 examples that support each of those? Okay, can you give me a more detailed explanation of each of those 5 steps? And then can you write me a script based on this? Like, you just take through systematic prompting and get to something like this. It's not hard to do. It's unfortunate because there are a lot of assumptions built into that. So if you don't know the history, then like you assume what the AI is giving you is, you know, you have to take it on face value. That's why it's important, if you're using AI to help you research something, or like as we do here as a research assistant, like you should be coming at it from a base of supplementing your understanding, as opposed to just being like, I have no idea what this topic is about, let me just see what AI says about it. You should have some grasp of it or a detail and use it to supplement your understanding. Because we've had many occasions on live on stream, not just in, you know, my own personal use of it, but like where we're just like, that's not right, that's completely bullshit, and you question it. It's like, yeah, sorry, I got that wrong. But like, this does seem like a history slop channel just by some of the topics that are being covered here. So I would put it to you, and like, I know there are people here that don't agree with this type of stuff at all, which is good. That's why we want some diverse opinion in here. But I would put it to you that this idea of like the deaths attributed to communism, the 100 million deaths of communism and all that sort of stuff, is in the field of kind of history drama and history slop. Like, a lot of the calculations there that they were using are heavily disputed. Not to say that there wasn't horrible things that had happened in those contexts, but like, there's no way of verifying any of the numbers that they use. They just don't have the information there. Like, and they even said it multiple times. They're like, oh yeah, well, you know, the people that did the killing got rid of anyone who took the notes and did the stats. So we don't really know what happened, but we can guess it was pretty bad. So let's just go with this number here, shall we? And so it looks like one of these types of channels that we've got going on here. Loose history stuff. The most gruesome Roman emperor deaths. What Fidel Castro did to his people will haunt you. The most twisted popes in history. Like, all this type of stuff. So like, I think the deaths of communism topic generally fits nicely into the whole, in the social media age, fits very, very nicely into history slop. And that's a critique that, you know, I think you should take into consideration with all of this type of stuff. It's just good clickbait at the end of the day. Oh yeah? Tell me more about how they did this. It's great clickbait, this area and this topic. So something to consider there. We're going to leave it there for the main part of the stream. We're going to have a quick break now. And then we'll be back in a few minutes for some afters. So thank you if you've been hanging out today. If you've been watching this, I think I've had some new people in here. I can't really tell because we have had like fluctuations in the people that have been viewing this. But if you've been watching this and you have enjoyed it, please hit the subscribe button. And if you're watching this right now on YouTube, especially, hit the like button, please, because it helps with the algorithm. Just take your time. If you're lurking, even just go over to whatever your platform is, just hit the like button, disappear. But subscribe for more, please, and hit the notification bell. You know the drill. And here is an invitation to our Discord server. So if you're interested in joining the community, I highly suggest you do that. And if you want access to notifications, direct access to notifications, because they don't come through, to be honest, very easily outside of that on like usual social media channels, then please become a free member on Patreon. I saw some Channel 9 article talking about the media mix-up between communism and socialism, clearly related to American politics and not Aussie. Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, you might have to, if you get a chance, send us a link to that. I would actually like to see how they discuss the mix-up between the two of them. That'd be very interesting. But yes, thank you everybody who's been hanging out today and interacting. If you've been watching at home or you're watching this after the fact, thank you. And yeah, if you've been lurking, then hope you've enjoyed it. Dr. Nathan, thanks for your inputs today. Just here to watch a trash fire as well. Cheese Swiss, Razor in there earlier. Dilemmas, 4AS in the house, Larp Jeff, Jag was in too. Who else have we got here that I have missed? I think I've called everyone here so far. Jungle Potatoes in the house for a little bit. Solar Bear in the house too. Who have I missed? Anyone? Han coming in just to stir the pot, which is becoming a usual affair for you now, Han. People are going to start talking. Watch yourself. Twitch Zux Bezzy. Aussie Welder back in the house today as well. So yeah, thanks everybody, and Mark right at the end there. I come here to educate people. Well, you've got an uphill battle, so good luck to you. I hope it works out for you. And yeah, we're going to have a quick break, and then we'll be back for some afters. So if you're interested in the afters, don't go anywhere. See you in a sec. All right, we are back. We're back for some afters. And like, still got a few people online by the look of it. So we've still got a few people hanging out, actually. So let us know if that is you and you are hanging out. Let me do a roll call number 2. I'll try and see, yeah, who's hanging out today. So there's been a lot of analysis I have found so far of people trying to figure out if Mamdani is really a socialist and what that means for New York City, what that means for the world. Avalava, is that you typing there? I didn't even know you were here. I'm hanging for the afters. Yo, yo, yo. Here we go. Woozow's in the house as well. Folks, g'day. How are we both? It's good to have you. Welcome to the afters. Back what's for afters. Now, I was gonna just have a quick look actually at a discussion that people have been having with regards to Mamdani, because he seems to be controversial in the sense that obviously people don't like the idea that he's a socialist. I think he's going to destroy New York City, and like, what does that mean broadly for the reshaping of the consciousness of the Democratic Party? So I was going to have a look at that sort of stuff. Been a busy morning, Avalova. I feel you. Feel you, dog. Hope you pushed well. Yeah, welcome to New Woke City. So we're going to potentially have a look at some of the justifications or the arguments that people are having around whether or not Mamdani should be trusted or not. Like, obviously there's people that think that his election means the end of American society and communism is coming, and like, we got to be careful. What does this mean? You know, how are we going to deal with this? And then there are people kind of that are on the left that are kind of, you know, old school or historic lefties that are like, is he really a socialist at all? What can be trusted about this person? What should be trusted about their policies and all that sort of stuff? So I was actually thinking of having a look at some people talking about that and getting their opinions on it. Smashing the Capitol today. Negotiations to get in lewd days so I can work more without affecting Centrelink. Okay, smashing Capitol together. Ugh. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. Unless somebody else has something that they really are dying to get through for an afters session. Well, let's see if there's been anything in Cliffs and Riffs recently that has been put up as a must watch. Or what else in general chat, maybe? Proletainment. Everything is gambling now. Interesting. What else have we got? Interesting. Yeah, I think we might. Let's have a look at this then. Actually, I think Indoctrinating, you put this out earlier. Let's have a quick look at this. See if we can get some, because it's relevant, I think, to what we were talking about earlier. So if you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, we spent a bit of time unpacking the idea that there was a neo-Nazi rally over the weekend and like what the ramifications are of that for civil society, etc., etc. And so I think the implication is from the neo-Nazis anyway, the claim is that the Jewish lobby is something that needs to be dealt with. And so we were discussing the existence of the Jewish lobby in Australia and what that really means. And so there's a tidbit here from Mr. M History. And yeah, Mr. M History has taken the time to analyze Australia's relationship with Israel, it would seem. Were we ever friends? Smashing Capitals Day. Indoctrinathan. Every lefty ever talks about it. Oh yeah, let's do it. Fat thumbs. LOL. You and your fat thumbs. All right, let's have a look, shall we? Because I have not watched this one, but like my algorithm was. I remember when this came out a month ago, kept on trying to push me towards this one hard. So let's get Australia's link to Israel and find out whether the NSN, the neo-Nazis, are right about the influence that the Jewish lobby has over Australia. Let's check it out.
If you're Australian and you have particularly strong feelings about what we should do with Israel, let me at least ask you this. Do you know where we came from? The recent spat between Netanyahu and Albanese is nothing personal. It's the result of tension that's been building for decades. You see, in 1997, a group called AIJAC formed. It was a merger of different pro-Israel groups in Australia and mirrored the pro-Israel lobby in America, AIPAC. This was how our former Foreign Affairs Minister described them.
The Israel Jewish lobby in Australia is a foreign influence operation. It's designed to put the interests of Israel above the interests of Australia and its foreign policy.
That man was Bob Carr, and he clashed with his Prime Minister Julia Gillard over what to exactly do with Israel. However, when she used to be the deputy to another guy, the American ambassador wrote a report home that was absolutely glowing about her defense of Israel within what they considered to be a hostile Labour Party. The infiltration of AIJAC goes really deep, and the influence of Israel well predates even their beginnings. For everyone telling Albo that he's weak on the Palestine issue, please at least watch this video to understand the depth of the absolute landmines that are really everywhere that he steps. This video is going to cover the entire history of our relationship with Israel. But first, this video is proudly brought to you by Daily Wire Plus. Now, if you want to know my bias, this is it. I oppose civilian deaths as an instrument of war. I know, stunning and brave.
It's like, well, you gotta work around that.
Honestly, that Bill Burr joke really is the extent of my views on the conflict itself.
I forgot Charlemagne, the god, called Hakeem Jeffries AIPAC Shakur until that interview I sent you. Yes, that was the interview that I was talking about. I was actually going to go down and have a look at some stuff about Mamdani. But like I might, because we went through the whole neo-Nazi Australian anti-Jewish lobby rap today. I think we'll go with this, but I want to watch that with people for the Charmaine, the god called Hakeem Jeffries AIPAC Shakur. That's funny. Yeah, he didn't have they didn't have a lot of nice things to say about the supposed progressives, progressive candidates or players within the Democratic Party, that's for sure. Can you imagine what this country would look like if dual citizens could serve in Parliament? Liberals would probably have a better win rate. Is Mr. E eating popcorn? After should become Mr. E's popcorn hour, a live version of Michael Jackson meme. Excuse me, it's a fucking mandarin. It's not a popcorn. Relax, bro.
But what you might not know is the depth that Israel has gone to have Australia in their pocket. Rightfully, Tucker Carlson's interview with Ted Cruz made absolute waves because Cruz did such a bad job of covering for AIPAC's influence amongst American politicians. However, you might not know the story of AIJAC, its sister in Australia. But if we are going to understand the influence of Israel in Australia, we have to go back to the last high-profile leader to defy Israel, Gough Whitlam.
The blackmail was exercised by some heroes in the Australian Jewish community on the other side of the world from the hostilities that we should support Israel in the dispute between Israel and its neighbours.
So Australia was actually one of the key players in the creation of Israel. We supported the partition of Palestine into Jewish and Arab territories, and our Minister for Foreign Affairs, Herbert Everett, was the president of the UN General Assembly when Israel was established in 1948. He was a strong supporter of it, and our Labour government was amongst the first in the world to recognise the new Israel. But in 1949, that Labour government surprisingly lost the election to Robert Menzies, who led the opposition, the Liberals, into a 23-year-long government. And during that period of Liberal dominance, we consistently voiced our support for Israel. The most famous example would be the Six-Day War in 1967. When Egypt blocked off access to the Strait of Tiran, Israel responded with deadly airstrikes, and within 6 days, Israel had occupied the Sinai Peninsula, the Gaza Strip, and then Golan Heights up here. Prime Minister Harold Holt insisted that Israel indeed had a right to defend itself and refused to condemn them at the United Nations. Now, I assume that the Israel defending itself language is pretty familiar to you. But in 1972, Labour finally returned to government under the leadership of Gough Whitlam. And this was crucial timing because in 1973, Israel fought yet another war with Egypt that was called the Yom Kippur War or the Ramadan War, depending on whose side you're on. Remember, Egypt had lost the Sinai Peninsula and Syria had lost Golan Heights. With negotiations for reallocating the territory at a standstill, Egypt and Syria had launched a surprise attack and sandwiched Israel. So this is an easy one for an
Squeeb in the house. How you going? Welcome.
Australian politician, right? Just say that Israel has the right to defend itself and that they can use whatever means necessary to fight off the invaders. But that's not what Gough Whitlam actually said. In fact, Whitlam said that this came about because Israel had refused to return the territories that they had seized in 1967. He cited UN Resolution 242, which called for Israel's withdrawal from occupied territories and a peaceful resolution to the Arab-Israeli conflict. During the month that the war broke out, an Australian by the name of Lawrence McIntyre was also president of the UN Security Council.
It would have been an appalling thing for us to come down on the side of, on one side, at the time that an Australian was in the key position of President of the Security Council.
This was not only a decisive break from Israel, but a decisive break from their biggest supporters, America. But I'll have another video at the end for you on Gough Whitlam in America. Whitlam actually later made the claim that Israeli pressure groups had blackmailed him, but that he'd refused to back down and to give in to their demands. In response to Western support for Israel, the oil-rich Arab nations placed an embargo on most Western countries. Australia was actually spared from being directly embargoed, but given that it affected much of the supply chain, we were still pretty badly affected. In fact, Whitlam tried to negotiate with Saddam Hussein's Iraq, a country who was rivaling Israel for Middle Eastern influence. He wanted them to spend their oil dollars on helping the government open its very own government-run mines. This only annoyed Israel more and actually led to criticism within his own party. For instance, Kim Beazley Sr. actually called it blood money. Ultimately, Whitlam had to find another source of funding, and that would actually cause the end of his government. Again, I'll have more for you on that at the end of the video. But like Beazley, there was another man within the Labour movement who had an entirely different view on Israel, Bob Hawke. So during Whitlam's stint, Hawke was not yet in Parliament. Instead, he was the president of the Labour Party, which meant that he was involved in resolving internal party disputes and coordinating campaigning strategy. I guess the simplest illustration would be to say that Whitlam was the captain of the cricket team and was actually playing the game, while Hawke was the coach from the sidelines. But Hawke was also the president of the Australian Council of Trade Unions, and the unions were the primary financial backer of the Labour Party. So, in other words, outside of Parliament, Hawke was the most powerful person in the Labour Party. In 1969, a Jewish Labour senator called Sam Cohen actually died of a heart attack. In 1971, his widow then invited Hawke to travel to Israel and to actually come back to Melbourne to give a lecture on the country. While there, he made close connections with a group called Histadrut, which is Israel's trade union movement, and even met with the Prime Minister, Golda Meir. You can actually read about it in Troy Bramston's book. Hawke claimed that his fervour for Israel came from a desire to atone for an anti-Semitic attack where, as a teenager, he beat up a Jewish boy. But Hawke didn't just stop there. During the 1973 war, Hawke became the first non-Israeli to visit the Golan Heights battle zone and returned home with photos of what Syrian soldiers were doing to the Israelis. It still gets crazier though. On Australia Day of 1974, Hawke addressed the Zionist Federation in Sydney and explicitly called Whitlam's policy towards Israel as morally repugnant. Remember, this is the party that he's the president of. Hawke threatened to resign his presidency unless Whitlam accepted his pro-Israel stance. In fact, Hawke's pro-Israel credentials were so strong that he became an informant to the US Department of Labor, frequently criticizing Whitlam's foreign policy. It still gets crazier though. In 1976, Israel decided to name a forest in the north after Hawke. The Robert James Lee Hawke Forest is still there today. So Hawke clearly wanted to get Labor back to their pro-Israel days under Herbert Everett. In fact, the pro-Israel riots still hold him up as a hero today.
Bob Hawke was a very educated man and a very insightful man. He made the observation that when the bell tolls for Israel, it tolls for...
He went to the kibbutz? That's where they got Bernie too? Bullshit. Did he actually? No. Like he visited the kibbutz. Is that what you mean? That would be... Could you imagine? Hawke grew up in a kibbutz. Holt, going for a swim to Israel, are we? Hey, I like what you did there. That's a good one. That's probably where he ended up. Hey, he ended up in Israel. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense now. Very interesting. Look, a lot of this history around this time as well, I think people don't really actually appreciate how influential Israel is on a geopolitical stage, especially around this time, 70s, 80s, all that sort of stuff. The amount of influence that the Israeli state has over, not just over US generally, but all kind of US vassal states, I guess you would say. It's just completely inextricable. Like it's just like the Israeli deep state apparatus, which is kind of changed and warped over time, but like let's call it Mossad at least. Like the amount of control and power that an agency like Mossad has over American policy, and the amount of American Zionists that are billionaires, and I mean like Jewish Zionists as opposed to kind of Christian Zionists, that have such significant pull on the world stage, like significant pull on the world stage. It's not surprising to me at all that you would have someone like Hawke, who seems to be happy to do deals with Israel, and you have something like the dismissal event that happened with Whitlam. It doesn't, like, if you're a savvy politician in this point of time, like even today, same thing, but like, at this point in time, being pro-Israel is basically allowing you a ticket, a fast-tracked ticket to the top job. Now, they would have had plans kind of in any of the major contending political parties in any system, but like, if you're happily and openly pro-Israel, then like you're not going to have any resistance from the American machine and thereby from Israel. Mystery said it. It's the Jews. Like they are like Jewish Zionists in the US who have made a lot of their money and wealth by doing business from the United States as US companies and corporations, definitely fund and support Israel. Like that's no secret. That's no secret at all. I don't think there's really any secret to that at all. He was the first flotilla. Yeah, right. Him and him floating over slowly on the currents all the way to Israel. Now he spent time there. They just said he spent a year or two. He spent time there. Spent a year or two in one. Right, okay. A year or two in one? Wow. That's crazy.
all mankind.
And he was an unapologetic supporter of the Jewish people.
Now, to say that Hawke definitely would have been a supporter of post-2023 Israel really is a bit of a stretch. He was actually starting to move away from them towards the end of his life. But clearly, Hawke wanted to re-alter the course of his own party. In 1975, Whitlam lost a very controversial election to the Liberals' Malcolm Fraser, but by 1980, Hawke himself had entered Parliament, and in 1983, he became the leader of Labour and months later, beat Fraser in the election to become the Prime Minister. Hawke would then actually become the first Australian Prime Minister to visit Israel while serving as Prime Minister. And in his last days in office in 1991, Hawke supported UN Resolution 4686. This was a motion that abolished an earlier resolution in 1975, which had said that Zionism was a form of racism and a form of racial discrimination. So Whitlam's brief foray into a stance that was at least somewhat against Israel now felt like nothing more than a fever dream, even within the Labour Party. Hawke eventually lost the support of his own party, and in 1991, they dumped him for Paul Keating.
This week, all of Australia's living prime ministers, except one, Paul Keating, expressed support for Israel and called for solidarity with Jewish Australians in a rare joint statement.
Now, I know for a fact that some of you guys are absolutely ready to go in the comments when it comes to talking about Keating and Israel. That's because Keating's daughter Catherine was filmed visiting Epstein's mansion in 2010 and had an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell in 2014. His ex-wife's name also nearly spells out Israel. Conclusion, Keating definitely works for Mossad, even though he was the only ex-prime minister not to co-sign the pro-Israel letter after October the 7th. If you even do just a brief Google search, you'll find that Catherine Keating got introduced to the Epsteins when she left Sydney in 2010. Paul Keating left office in 1996. Now, Israel wasn't really a foreign policy priority of Keating's, and he kind of just repeated the mantra of Israel has a right to defend itself, but I think he did differ in at least one big way. Hawke had refused to hold any discussions with the Palestinian Liberation Organization. Doing so might have legitimized them as the sole group who spoke for Palestinians and removed the possibility of other more favorable groups. However, in 1991, America actually helped facilitate the PLO have a meeting with Israel and the other Arab nations in Madrid. Officially, the Palestinian delegates were not high-profile PLO leaders, but they were certainly guided by the leader of the PLO, Yasser Arafat, who was down here in Tunisia. Keating felt that to keep freezing out the PLO removed any possibility of a two-state solution, and in 1992, he was happy for them to be engaged. In fact, in the same year, Keating even said that the Palestinian Liberation Organization had played a more positive role in encouraging the peace process over the previous 6 months. Australia's Zionist Federation was furious with this, and they demanded a meeting with Paul Keating. The leader even invited Keating's foreign minister, Gareth Evans, to come and listen to the Jewish community offer their concerns. But time would show that Keating's comments weren't really that controversial. He invited furious with this over the previous 6 months. Australia's Zionist Federation was...
I wonder what that is. I want to see their about page. Australian... Oh, I haven't typed that in properly. Zionist Federation. Zionist Federation of Australia. I'm interested in the latest news, upcoming events. Alright, let's have a look. Let's get across this one. This bad boy. Alright. Sponsors. What am I looking for? About. Let's go to about. The Zionist Federation of Australia is a representative body of Australian Jewish community and its Zionist organizations. We've been building a strong Jewish community with a deep and enduring connection to Israel since 1927. There you go. 100 years of leadership in Zionism and building, community building. Put simply, Zionism is the belief in the Jewish people's right to self-determination in their ancestral and biblical homeland of Israel. Is not real. It is the movement that actively sought and achieved the creation of the modern state of Israel in 1948. However, its values and ideals, the centrality of Israel to the Jewish people, are over 3,000 years old. Oh, Indoctrination, by the way, are you streaming today? Are we rating you? Just let me know. I'm going to go till about 3:30, so let me know. Zionism and the core of Jewish identity. reaffirmed the Jerusalem program as the ideological foundation of modern Zionist movement. It recognizes the unity of the Jewish people, the centrality of Israel Jewish life, and the right of every Jew to make Aliyah. In this spirit, we also reaffirm our commitment to strengthening Israel as a Jewish, Zionist, and democratic state. Questionable whether it's really democratic. And to shaping it as an exemplary society with a unique moral and spiritual character. One that reflects, we are guided by the vision of Israel's Declaration of Independence. Okay, so that's who we are. This is our purpose. Zionism at the core of Jewish identity. Okay, this is interesting. Like the vast majority of Jewish Australians, the ZFA believes in the centrality of Israel to the Jewish community. Our mission is grounded in the understanding that Zionism is not just a political movement, but a cornerstone of Jewish peoplehood. Zionism is a core Jewish value that has endured for thousands of years, manifesting in modern times through the deep bond between Jewish people and the state of Israel. Yeah, I'm up. So you're going to be up. You're going to be ready to go at 3:30. I'm assuming then. Good to know. Thank you. I'm glad I checked. Our history, our team, careers. Anyone want a job? Maybe not. Our history. The beginning. A National Zionist conference was held at Melbourne's Windsor Hotel, chaired by Rabbi Brody, at the time when the Australian Jewish community numbered just 27,000 delegates. That's a huge, what do you mean just? That's a good, healthy, like for 1927 in Australia, that's a number. Jewish community. Delegates unanimously voted to establish the Australian Zionist Federation. So Monash's funeral, yeah, okay. Building support for a Jewish homeland. Between 1942 and 1947, the Federation played a central role in securing Australian government support for the establishment of a Jewish homeland. Dr. H.V. Evatt, then Attorney General, who became chair of the United Nations Special Committee on Palestine in 1947, the body that ultimately recommended partition. And following the creation of the State of Israel in 1948, Zionist youth organizations in Australia gained prominence. In recognition of their growing influence, the Federal Zionist Youth Council was formally established. In 1967, during the Six-Day War, thousands of Australian Jews rallied in support of Israel. The ZFA launched a nationwide fundraising and advocacy campaigns and coordinated the registration of over 1,500 volunteers to assist. 250 young Australians were selected to travel to Israel to help fill civilian vacancies left by those called to military service. In 1973, during the Yom Kippur War, the ZFA once again coordinated major fundraising efforts. Interesting. I had no idea what Jewish was until my 30s. I just thought someone tight with money or someone a bit fishy. That's how unreligious I was raised. It's a religion. It is a religion. It's not just a stereotype. It's a thing. Israel and Israeli politicians getting muddled. I didn't fully get it either till a few years ago. I always thought that they were just another crackpot religious group. I used to just think of Fiddler on the Roof, about the people being always moved on and displaced, like Romani and stuff like that. So get the people wanting an identity tied to a place. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Interesting. Remember, you need to be born into the religion. Yes, this one is like that. On the mother's side, got to be born.
Furious with this, and they demanded a meeting with Paul Keating. The leader even invited Keating's foreign minister, Gareth Evans, to come and listen to the Jewish community offer their concerns. But time would show that Keating's comments weren't really that controversial. That's because the following year, President Clinton got this iconic photo. It was Yasser Arafat shaking hands with the Prime Minister of Israel, Yitzhak Rabin. These were the Oslo Accords, and they recognised the PLO as at least part of the legitimate government of the Palestinians, and it divided the West Bank into 3 sections. Area A was entirely governed by a Palestinian authority, Area B was under joint control, and Area C was under Israeli control. Gaza would also transition over to Palestinian Authority at some point down the track. Keating welcomed these accords and optimism was high. I mean, for Australia, probably the most optimistic part was that Israel wasn't really part of our policy conversation in the early 1990s. Even in this mega book about Keating, there's not a single thing about Israel. But that optimism would soon come to an end.
אני אומר כאן לממשלת ישראל שמתרפסת בפני האיש הזה. אני אומר לה בשם הציבור הגדול הזה. אנחנו כאן כי לעולם לא ניתן לחלק מחדש.
Israel's opposition leader was a guy that you might know, Benjamin Netanyahu. He was an ardent critic of Oslo and led huge rallies protesting against the Accords. Rabin responded with his own peace rally, but as he was leaving, he got assassinated by a radical opponent of the Oslo Accords. The crowd of 100,000 scattered in a panic, but many remained to sing the chant, "Bibi is a murderer." Keating expressed his condolences and insisted that peace must continue. It didn't. A newly formed resistance group in Gaza called Hamas responded with a wave of terrorist attacks. Look, 1996 was not a good year for Labour parties. In March, Keating lost to the Liberals' John Howard, and in May, Netanyahu didn't exactly do well, but Labour did so poorly that Bibi could cobble together enough seats to form a minority government. So Netanyahu was in no hurry to implement Oslo, and he kept emphasising the security threat that Israel was under. Howard's stance was that Oslo should go ahead, but that Israel's short.
Charlie Rose interviewing BB there. Eh? Interesting. Eh? I like how Trump's Abraham Accords is just the principal paying the bullies not to pick on the kid that no one likes. Also, no one likes cricket anymore. Aussie are a bit slow though. We still think it's the immigrants' fault for our woes, not the rich telling lies and screwing us all and paying people to get us to fight amongst ourselves while they laugh. Yeah, I like that last part there, 100%. Getting us to fight amongst ourselves while they laugh, 100%. Well, and as no backyards. Oh, cricket is done because there's no backyards and not because it's a boring sport. And it's not gay like NRL. No more men hugging, the better. Pile on. That's hilarious.
Term security was the most pressing concern. For instance, a Jewish Tasmanian mining magnate called Joseph Gutnick was reported to have donated millions to help Israelis settle the Palestinian town of Hebron, as well as donating $1 million to Netanyahu's 1996 campaign. Howard defended this, saying that a private citizen has every right to do with his money as he wishes. And how's this for a quote from the Financial Review, who covered the story? The Zionist Federation of Australia is more supportive of Jewish settlements in the West Bank than is the Israeli Labour Party. Now, up until 1997, the Zionist Federation aimed to build mass public support for the Israeli cause. And by Israeli cause, I mean the hardline Israeli cause. But let's be real, the Australian public pretty much never voted on Middle Eastern foreign policy. So a group that targeted their attention on specific politicians could get a much greater return on investment, and so began AJAC, the Australian Israel Jewish Affairs Council. They were a collection of smaller.
All right, so what was it again exactly?
And AJAC, the Australian Israel Jewish Affairs Council.
Australian Israel Jewish Affairs Council. Okay, here we go. about AJAC. The Australia, Israel and Jewish Affairs Council is the premier public affairs organisation for the Australian Jewish community. It's funny, isn't it? Like they seem to equate being Jewish and Israel in the same basket. It's interesting. AJAC conveys... Oh, can you see that? No, you probably can't. AFL isn't gay. It seems a real man. It takes a real man to be with a man. Bad government is the sickness. Immigration is just one of the many symptoms. That's the most... That's interesting dilemma. I haven't seen you comment like that before. You're spending too much time streaming with me, bro. All right, here we go. AJAC conveys the interests of the Australian Jewish community to government, media, and other community organisations. Our dedicated professionals produce regular commentary and analysis on the developments in the Middle East, Asia, and Australia. AJAC endeavours to highlight and counteract instances of anti-Israel bias and misinformation in the Australian media and the wider public debate. See, look, I'm all for people having religious lobby groups, right? But like, does that have to be like being pro-Australian Jewish? Does that have to mean that you have to counteract anti-Israeli bias? Those are the interests of another state, right? On misinformation in the Australian media and the wider public debate. AJAC seeks to be part of the efforts to further Australia's development as a tolerant and harmonious multicultural society and identify and expose forms of extremism and fundamentalism. That's an interesting one. And that one, considering the ideas of Zionism. It's a very fundamentalist interpretation. You should release a nighttime ebook reading. Really? You want to listen to my voice when you're falling asleep at night? AJAC has exposed incidents of racism and anti-Semitism in Australia and online, often acting in concert with other ethnic community organisations, as well as suggesting the government's possible legislative and educative measures to counteract the pernicious effects of racism. I've always found this debate fascinating. Is being anti-Semitic racist? Or is it like being Islamophobic or something like that? Like it's against a group of religious persons. Is it really racism? It's hard to define what racism is. Or being anti-tolerant of religion. Anti-tolerant, does that make sense? Intolerant of religion. These are like, I thought they were separate categories. No, all good. Just dense page source. Or even better, drag queen story time. I could do that. I could definitely do that. Put some lipstick on, get a dress. Oh, that's not gay enough. The trick is to register your race and ethnic background as the same term. Right. Got it. I'm learning so much today. AJAC experts play important roles in international human rights activity. They're failing. There's a bit of an international human rights catastrophe going on right next door to the state of Israel, right? But within the state of Israel. Interfaith dialogue and increasing understanding of Israel and related issues. Some of AJAC's main activities include a renowned visitor program bringing international speakers to private and public events. I wonder if they were involved, AJAC, with the Australian Press Club, and when Chris Hedges got done. I wonder if they were the ones that were like, no, we need balanced reporting. AJAC's Rambam, I hope I said that right, that's hilarious. Rambam Israel Fellowship Program annually sponsors visits to Israel by selected senior journalists, politicians, political advisors. I wonder, that's the same thing that APAC does in the US. Apparently, it was like they take US politicians that are obviously subject to the APEC lobby group, which is most of the federal politicians, not all, but most. And they take them on holidays. They fly like 200 US Congress people a year over to Israel, like pay for them to go over there on holidays and stuff. And they all go over in their summer break and kiss the ring kind of thing. It's all about anti-Semitic is a European word. There you go. So it's a word which is against people of a particular religion. And like, it's not even a very good use of the term because Semitic can be used to define everyone from the Levant or from that region, right? So like, it could incorporate Arabs as well. It's not the best term. Assume in America they term it free speech instead. What? Taking Congress people, like using your power as a lobby group and taking people on holidays to Israel, like flying them halfway across the world so they can go and kiss the ring. It's crazy. But is it a lobby group? Like, do they pay money to the government? I guess if their AJAC program annually sponsors visits to Israel by selected senior journalists, politicians, that's fucking crazy. It's the exact same thing as APAC. Senior public servants? How do they get around like our extensive anti-corruption laws and legislation here? How do they do that? How do they do that? I refer to the following from the Australian, Israel, and Jewish. What's the acronym again? Affairs Council. Are you able to provide a list of Australian politicians who have taken sponsored visits to Israel through this organization? Semitic refers to the writing system right to left etymologically. Yes, Mark. Says Squib. Yeah. Interesting. Ajax Rambam, such a good name. Rambam Israel Fellowship has supported many Australian politicians over the years. Below is a sourced, non-exhaustive list of Australian politicians. Senator, South Australia, David Fawcett. Luke Simpkins, former MP, Cohen. Paul Fletcher, MP, Bradfield. David Bushby, former Senator, Tasmania. Bob Baldwin, former MP, Patterson. James McGrath, Senator, Queensland. Josh Burns, McNamara. Simon Birmingham, Senator, former Shadow Minister. Damn. Keith Wolahan, Victorian state Liberal MPs. Oh, this is very interesting. News outlets such as Crikey and Michael West have also investigated and listed politicians and journalists who have gone on pro-Israel study tours. Noting there are hundreds of past participants over the decades. Therefore, any list is likely incomplete. Wow. This is interesting. Our anti-corruption laws can't be that great. If they did, our offshore gas profits wouldn't go to Ireland. Oh man, that's just business, bro. That's international trade and diplomacy. Like, I'm talking about when you take money directly off a private entity who sponsors your trips as a politician. Like, I thought ICAC would be all over that like a rash. But there must be a way around it. There must be a legality. There must be a loophole or something. I remember working in government and being afraid if someone offered me, a glass of water when we were out on site or something like that. They'd be like, but, I gave him some water. Why didn't he sign off on that? These people are getting holidays from AJAC. Corruption is within the government, incompetence. Well, like, it's taking gifts, within the government. If you take gifts off someone, unless they're formally declared, that's why there must be some type of loophole there. But like, it's very hard to justify just paying for someone's fucking holiday to Israel. It's very interesting, unless they see it as like a diplomatic mission of sorts. Look at Trump, didn't even step down from his business empire. Oh, look, America. Where do you start? But like, I thought we had certain, for the usual commoner in the bureaucracy, they're held to a very high standard. But I guess these people, it doesn't really matter. This is fucking crazy. How do they sponsor trips? The loophole is when companies donate to your trust. Hey, trust law is how the bourgeoisie exists. It's how they protect their assets from everyone, even governments. It's interesting. I found certain polis do this with developers, and that's what but that is like that's corruption. That's outright. If you're taking money from someone and then that's buying your influence and affecting your decision making, that's corruption. And like, you can track that. But like, this stuff is, this is so overt. Oh yeah, I am a politician and my holiday this year was a sponsored trip by AJAC to Israel. Sure, you could declare it, but far out. Whoa. Free trips, they get you on that one, but only if it changes / affected your judgment. Yes, strangers on a train moment. We can all ride the money train. Australia is developers at local, state level. America, other countries are larger lobby groups. Yeah, fair enough. Interesting.
They were a collection of smaller groups that merged in 1997. Their goal was simple: make Israel's foreign policy concerns become Australia's. At this point, Bob Carr was also the Premier of New South Wales, and this is how he described the influence of AJAC.
I agreed to a request to present a Peace Prize, not awarded by me, but awarded by Sydney University, to the distinguished and respected Palestinian spokesperson, Hanan Ashrari. And all of a sudden, there was a bullying campaign by the Jewish lobby to force me as Premier of New South Wales to pull out of the function.
But in 1999, the domestic landscape of Israel changed. You see, Israeli Labour had formed an alliance with two other groups to become the One Israel Party and had beaten Netanyahu in the 1999 election. Bibi then retired from politics. However, One Israel fell apart pretty quickly, and in 2001, Netanyahu's Likud party returned to power just months before 9/11. With President Bush declaring his intention to go after any sponsor of Islamic terrorism, Israel had a real opportunity to use that as a pretext to not only go after Palestinian militants, but their sponsors like Iran and Iraq. Remember, after Rabin's assassination, Netanyahu portrayed himself as Israel's defender against the terrorists. And so Prime Minister Ariel Sharon brought him out of retirement and had him be his foreign minister. In fact, in 2002, Netanyahu openly lobbied US Congress to take action against Iraq, who had funded Hamas, claiming that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction.
There is no question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking and is working and is advancing towards the development of nuclear weapons. No question whatsoever.
In Australia, Howard had made the same argument, trying to bring the Aussie public on side with the invasion of Iraq. In fact, in 2002, AJAC actually partnered with the American Jewish community to hold a lunch in honor of Howard and his defense of Israel by virtue of supporting America in going after Islamic terrorism. When Iraq was finally invaded in...
So roundabout, isn't it? It's just like, and here's your award for helping America help take out Islamic terrorists with nothing to do with Israel, I swear. So good. So it comes from Bibi. We got him. Like, yeah. Yeah. He testified in front of the special committee. They've got it. I'm telling you, people, with beyond a doubt. Oh my God.
2003, Netanyahu was shown to be wrong. Iraq didn't have WMDs. But a key rival for Israel for regional influence had now been nullified. Despite this, Howard stood by his decision to support America in the invasion and frequently invoked the need to fight Islamic terrorism. But in 2006, Howard was forced to directly weigh in on the government of Israel. Rather than talking about the mere enemies of Israel, Howard had to give his verdict on Israel bombing Hezbollah after they had raided this part of the border and killed 3 IDF soldiers and captured 2. But it wasn't just the bombing. Israel then blockaded Lebanon, which garnered much criticism from the UN Secretary General Kofi Annan and France's President Jacques Chirac, who called it a disproportionate level of response. But this was what Howard said. You could hardly have had a more provocative act. Much as I deplore the violence, one has to understand Israel's position. Israel has the right of self-defense. But Howard wasn't alone in taking this stance. The then Labour leader Kim Beazley Jr., as in the son of the guy who called taking Iraqi dollars as blood money, supported Howard's position. However, by the end of 2006, Labour dumped him as leader and installed Kevin Rudd. Rudd actually went on to defeat Howard in the 2007 election and led Labour back into government. This Labour government would have some big clashes with Israel.
But his comments on Israel's nuclear program have given Israeli officials an unpleasant surprise. In an interview with the Australian newspaper, Kevin Rudd not only called on Israel to join the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, but to open all its nuclear facilities to United Nations inspectors.
So Rudd took a riskier stance on Israel. Following on from the Oslo Accords, Prime Minister Ariel Sharon withdrew from Gaza in 2005. However, in 2006, Hamas won the elections to gain control of Gaza, and in 2007, they ousted the group that had been governing the West Bank called Fatah. They then proceeded to launch rockets into southern Israel, causing Israel to blockade the entire strip. This approach had been supported by John Howard, but Rudd expressed his concern at the blockade, saying that it only further compromised Israel's security. When Israeli commandos raided an aid ship and shot an Australian on board, Rudd called it deplorable, demanding an end for the blockade and a UN investigation. By this point, Rudd had also been consistently critical of Israeli settlements into the West Bank as well. In 2010, there was also this bombshell news story.
Australian passports have been caught up in the assassination of a leading Hamas militant in Dubai last month. 3 of the 15 new hit squad suspects named by Dubai police were travelling on Australian passports. At least one says he's the victim of identity fraud.
You see, Mossad assassinated a Hamas operative called Mahmoud Ahmabou in Dubai. But in order to get into the UAE, they forged Australian passports of dual Israeli-Australian citizens. They had actually done this back in 2003, and ASIO had made them promise to never do it again. This was Rudd's response.
If Australian passports are being used or forged by any state, let alone for the purposes of assassination. This is of the deepest concern.
2 months later, it was found that the passports had come through Mossad agents who were serving as diplomats at the Israeli embassy down in Canberra. Rudd kicked them out, and according to Carr, this was the response.
There was an immediate request from the leadership of the Jewish community in Australia to speak to the Prime Minister.
This is as frosty as things had been since Whitlam, and these documents right here also tell a pretty interesting story. So in 2010, WikiLeaks released nearly a decade of cables that the US Embassy in Canberra had been giving to Washington. They were profiles of people within the Labor Party, and in them, they actually reveal Israel's stance towards the party itself. Now, I want to make this clear. Israel actually liked Kevin Rudd in the beginning. In 2008, the American ambassador spoke to the Israeli ambassador Yuval Rotem and reported home saying this. Rotem said that Israeli officials would normally have been concerned at the prospect of their defeat by the Labor Party. However, this was not the case because Rudd had long gone out of his way to stress his strong commitment to Israel and its appreciation for its security concerns. But there was someone who impressed Israel even more. Rudd's deputy, Julia Gillard. In 2009, American cables called her the next Prime Minister and actually highlighted her record on Israel. This is what was said about her. Gillard has thrown off the baggage of being from what one analyst called the notoriously anti-Israel faction of the ALP. As acting Prime Minister in late December of 2008, Gillard was responsible for negotiating the government's position on Israel's incursion into Gaza. Left-wing Labour MPs, a group to which Gillard used to belong, wanted her to take a harder line against Israel.
It's like Rudd should have learned Yiddish, not Mandarin. That's pretty good. I'll take that. Kevin07, the last time I remember who I actually voted for, LOL. Then I didn't pay attention to who I was voting for until 2025. Hey, yeah, let's go with that one. That's interesting.
Instead, she said Hamas had broken the ceasefire first by attacking Israel, a stance welcomed by Israel supporters in Australia. He also said this. Rotem said that Gillard's public statements surprised many Israeli embassy contacts as being far more supportive than they had expected. In June of 2010, Gillard gave a speech to the Australia-Israel Leadership Forum. The next day, she challenged Kevin Rudd for the leadership of the party. She won. Now, to be clear, I don't think that Israel orchestrated this coup. I mean, the main instigator of the internal Labour Party coup appears to be this Labour politician called Mark Arbib, who himself was an informant to America, who themselves were angry with Rudd's management of China. However, I will say this. Gillard's stance on Israel seems to have been part of the vetting process for who a preferred new Prime Minister would be in the eyes of America.
We are two countries separated by distance but united by values. Liberal democracies that seek freedom and peace. A just and secure Israel as a homeland for the Jewish people is an indispensable part of a just and secure...
There's that notion that Israel is somehow a liberal democracy again floating around there. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Yeah. Very interesting one. I wonder if they really do see themselves as a liberal democracy or not. That's how I know I'm not biased. I know who I supported, and I know I hate both parties. I didn't know who I supported, and I know I hate both parties. Fair enough. Fair enough.
World.
Now, a question that I need to ask you is, are you an aspiring politician who feels like they should probably know more about this sort of stuff? Well, don't be embarrassed by ignorance. History is actually an opportunity to get an advantage over your competitors because you can put a policy into a context that your opponents can't. If you join the think tank, each month a new set of modules comes into your dashboard that goes into detail on one particular part of Aussie history. The Keating's economy modules were an absolute hit. I can also confirm that there are Labor candidates from the 2025 election that are also doing these modules. If you want to join the waitlist for one-on-one tutoring, just click this button right here as well. The link's in the description. But in 2012, Gillard faced a big moment when it came to Israel. The UN was voting on whether or not Palestine should be granted non-member observer state status. Gillard was against this idea and argued that supporting...
Now that's how you do a plug. Alright.
The resolution would threaten the security of Israel. Instead, Gillard preferred a process of direct negotiation between Israel and Palestine so that a state could be formed on Israel's terms, mainly on borders and on forcing Palestinian authorities to dismantle all terrorist infrastructure. Observer status would also enable Palestine to join international bodies like the International Criminal Court, where it could initiate legal actions against Israel. But I guess that time has shown that having an ICC warrant really doesn't change much for the leadership of Israel. Speaking of, by this point, Netanyahu had returned to leadership of Israel and had been their prime minister since 2009. He now officially supported Palestinian statehood, but only if it was demilitarized. So Gillard was clear. We will not recognize a Palestine that Israel doesn't recognize. But there was one complicating factor. Her foreign minister didn't agree. You see, Kevin Rudd didn't just go away after he got knifed. He was suspected by Gillard of undermining her election campaign by leaking to the media, and so to get the leaks to stop, Gillard asked him what he wanted. Rudd wanted to be foreign minister. However, by 2012, Gillard's popularity had tanked and Rudd's was resurgent, which led to him unsuccessfully challenging Gillard for the leadership. Obviously, his position was now completely untenable as foreign minister, so he resigned and Gillard replaced him with that retired New South Wales Premier, Bob Carr. This was what Carr said about Bibi's recognition of Palestine.
When Netanyahu told me, when I was in his office as foreign minister, that he wants a two-state solution, had given a speech only days earlier supporting one, he was lying. The plan all along was to use the settlements to block the prospect of a Palestinian sovereignty being created with the support of the world community on the West Bank.
In other words,
he lied. What? Outrageous. Outrageous. How could he say that about Satan Yahoo? Eh? Well, we've seen this now. We've seen this very directly and in the flesh in our own very contemporaneous example. You don't have to go too far. It's happened with Trump's peace deal. They're still killing Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Like now the media just doesn't talk about it. Like before, at least there was reports kind of coming out all the time, at least in the mainstream media. They're just like, oh, 100 more people died today, 100 yesterday, 100 the day before that. And now they're just not reporting it on at all and pretending that the peace deal is actually a thing. So it's just a way to stop people talking about it. And considering what we've been looking at, in the afters, there's all these councils and bodies and lobby groups that help. Basically, their job is to help garner the image of the state of Israel, so governments around the world will make policy decisions that are favorable to the state of Israel and its continuation. And so, really, if anything, the whole peace deal was just a PR exercise to get the world to stop talking about the genocide in Gaza. That's fucking all it was about. That's really all it was about. It's fucking mental. You can't track what happens in this trust, can you? Recently, the Brisbane Council was paid to go to Dubai. They had some meeting with some very wealthy... What? Are you serious? That is so overt. I wonder how they can justify that. Recently, Brisbane Council was paid to go to Dubai. Now, usually they can justify it. They go to a conference and they're like learning about like how like there's new construction methods or planning or development industry insights and all that sort of stuff. And then they do it as like a sister council thing. And then the government over there brings them over and they learn about how to make a new city and all that sort of stuff. But, that stuff makes more sense. To be honest, like if you get somebody to come over and have a look at how you develop an airport or how you build a sustainable city or a walkable city, that stuff makes more sense. Like it's governments sharing information, let's say. But like just like individual politicians going over to holiday in Israel paid for by a lobby group. It's weird, man. They go and learn about waste management services. You make it sound like some mafioso thing when you say it like that. That's hilarious. All right, we are leaving it there. I know we've got a few people on the line. So maybe we'll finish this. Where are we up to? What do we got here? What we got here, we're in 26 minutes in. So we might finish off some of this in the afters tomorrow. But yes, thank you, everyone, for your interactions today. Thanks for hanging out for the afters. If you are willing and able and you want to continue the party, get yourself over to Twitch right now, because we're about to be raiding our fellow revolutionary Indoctrinathan. So get your ass over to Twitch if you are not there already. And we're going to do, like I said, we're going to do a Twitch raid now. So if you want to continue the hangs, you can hang out well into the afternoon/evening. So thank you, everybody, for your interactions today. You know who you are. You're all wonderful people. Don't change. And we will be back tomorrow with some more. Let me just find you wherever you are. Here you are. I gotcha. All right, so I want to start a raid. Yes. All right, so we got people. If you, like I said, please move yourself over to Twitch, and we're going to raid Indoctrinathan, and we're going to leave the stream there for the rest of you. If you've been watching this on YouTube, or wherever, make sure you subscribe for more. Hit that like button, and we will be back tomorrow for another stream. So until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery, and I will see you on the morrow. Cheers. All right, we're in. Sweet. See you later, everyone.